today. I somehow seem to have lost my voice, so if I sound off, I don't know what's happening there. But I'm gonna try to keep this quick. I'm gonna try to just get through everything. I want to let it be known again, mind you guys, I'm not an authority on shit. I'm just an individual shit talking here. I am a confirmed Descendian, but I am not a representative of anybody in the Patawomeck Tribe. I'm just me, myself, and I. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I just want to put all that out there. And I also, so the Patawomeck Tribe did not approve me putting any of this out here at all either. So, you know, but I did offer to take it down, anything down that they'd like. I have not been asked to take anything down yet, but I have offered a couple of times, so we'll see if that ever gets asked of me. But yeah, so just want to put those caveats out there. And also we do have here, I will be sporadically putting up this post just to let you guys know. Please go May 19th 5 p.m. to support Land Back for the Patawomeck Tribe. I will be, you know, talking about that and showing this post, but again, I have no affiliation with the tribe. I'm just happen to be a Descendian, but I just feel called to say, like, look, if I can show this to anybody that happens to be able to go support, that would be real cool. And either way, hopefully at least puts awareness out there. But yeah, for what has been going on. So basically today we're going to be talking about two things. We're going to be talking about the Brittany Jones situation again, email follow through, fallout that I've had with Bill Deyo. I'm just going to get right into it and show you guys the entire conversation. I will be putting up an image to cover the emails, and then I will check the email, use the imagery to cover anything that needs to be covered, and then show you guys and read most of it. And everything. And we did already talk about the first part of it previously in my last video, but there is updates, and so today we will be, I don't think that's correct English, but who cares, but today we will be going over that and everything else that has happened since, just so that, like, in terms of, I hope y'all can at least see where I'm coming from on that. And even if you disagree with me, putting Bill's words out there, I feel would hopefully provide the alternative perspective, if that makes sense. That's the right way of putting it. So we'll be talking about all of that as well, and then we'll be getting into some sources about the Patawomeck Museum and Tribal Center situation, and all of that as well. So yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and roll my intro and get right into this bitch, and thank you for joining me today.
Wingapo netapawa descendants of Seneca. Seneca Maka is the land of the Patawomeck.
Okay, so this is the image here that I have that I'm going to use to cover up emails as needed. But before we get into all of that, I want to show you guys here. Let's see if I'm trying to make this bigger. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong thing, so that might help if I click the correct window. But anyway, so Brittany Jones had posted an endorsement from Bill Deyo. I believe I've read this previously, but I just want to refresh, and so we're going to go at it again. But so basically the endorsement says, Brittany Jones is a very dedicated and conscientious person of Native American Indian heritage. She is a distant relative of mine with a proven descent from the important Patawomeck Tribe of Virginia, which played a big role in helping the original Virginia colonists of the Jamestown colony to survive and to found our great American government that we know today. I am very familiar with Brittany's heritage, as I was a tribal historian of the Patawomeck Tribe for over 23 years and am well versed in the genealogies. I'm very aware of Brittany's passion for her heritage and to support her state of Oregon. She would make an exceptional governor, William L. Deyo. That is the endorsement that Brittany has shared, that William has shared for her, and her caption for that said, "Family standing with family to get things done. I am honored by this statement of support from my cousin of the Patawomeck Tribe for my race of Governor of Oregon. One of the things asked is if you are claimed by your family. I think this shows without a doubt that I am claimed and supported by my family. An entire country separates us, but from the East Coast to the West Coast, we are fighting for sovereignty and freedom." So yeah. And so whenever I talk to Bill and refer to his endorsement in my emails later on that I'm going to show you, this is the statement that I am referring to, that he has shared on behalf of her there. So now let's just go ahead and get right on into those emails. And so, yeah. Oh, you know what? Before we get into those emails, what I would like to do is, I have written some notes, and so I'm just going to go ahead and talk about some of those notes real quick, and then, yeah, and I'm just leaving this Patawomeck post here about the vote May 19th. Mind you guys, Patawomeck Tribe has no affiliation with my following statements. I do not represent that. I just wanted to promote this here. That has nothing to do with that. Okay, I hope y'all understand that, right? Okay. Anyway, so my notes. Bill has confirmed that she has multiple lineages. However, I don't understand if she does have multiple native lineages, how none of them are documented in Family Search. I don't understand that personally, but I have previously in my live streams and in the description of the playlist, I have currently written out where it is, and I need to figure out what to do with that because it's becoming so long it doesn't fit in that description box. Characters have a limitation, so I need to figure out what to do to have an index for you guys. Like, the captioner got that wrong, but I said index, INDEX. Anyway, but so I have previously given a list of, I think, like 10 or so. I don't know if it was as many as 10, but it was definitely more than 5. I've given a list of about 10, I think, explanations of why, different reasons why she could have the ancestry, but it's not documented. But the reason I keep bringing that up is I think it's important because a lot of people don't understand to what degree is she a relative if we don't know her lineage. And I also think it's important because I don't believe you can expect to run for governor and expect to represent people in Native Americans in an official capacity in that way without proving, you know, what your lineage is, in my opinion, you know. But that's just me personally. I don't know. Like, I think that people do have a right to question that or to want to know when it comes to their legal representatives, particularly when we've had, you know, so many issues with pretendians before. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I also need to say, you know, I need to clarify that I have never questioned if Bill confirmed or meant to disrespect that. But I have questioned her use of DNA tests without ancestors documented in Family Search to claim a native childhood and to run for governor. I've questioned how could her DNA be true without her knowing the ancestors. And I've questioned her running for governor off of the identity without knowing, without the full disclosure, you know, of the distance. And I have questioned what I found from the Pocahontas DNA segment search results that I've shown you guys before, you know, like, because, like, I was trying to find something that would actually confirm what Bill said. And I couldn't. And so, like, you know, but, yeah, so, fucking, I understand that, like, if I sound hypocritical when I was like, I've never questioned you confirming her DNA, and then I questioned all those other things. So I totally criticisms about my wording are totally valid there. I want to clarify right now, like, what I mean by all of that is I've never questioned or doubted whether or not he confirmed it, and I never meant to disrespect that. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's the authority on the issue, and I don't think that just because I have these other thoughts that negates Bill's confirmation. You know what I mean? I'm just someone who overthinks, right? And so to me, those other issues that I listed are separate issues from whether or not he confirmed the test. And I've never negated that. I always thought he did confirm it. You know? So I want to clarify that. And I understand if any of my wording, because I've questioned those other elements, comes off as negating that, but it's, I have never meant to. And just in intent's not the same as impact. So just because I never meant to doesn't mean that couldn't be the impact. But you know, I just want y'all to let you know, like, what do I think, really, you know? Yeah. And then also, I do want to say too, if I am wrong about misinterpreting what she says in my reactions, I do wonder, you know, if she's saying the sky is blue, and I'm over here like, she just said the sky is orange, but she clearly said the sky was blue. Wouldn't that make me look bad, right? And not her, right? And so, to me, I don't think that if I sit here and I show what she said and then I talk about it, it's gonna make her look bad, unless her statements could make her look bad, in my opinion. Because if I'm just sitting here and I'm wrong about what she is saying, I do not believe that, like if I were just talking shit about her and I wasn't showing anything, then I could understand how that could be harm or spreading misinformation, right? But in my case, right, everything that I discussed, I'm showing you guys as we go the evidence I have for the statements and why I think what I think. And I've also pulled up from Google searches just to kind of show you guys where my thought process comes from with this terminology and semantics as I've understood it before, as well as we even did a reaction to the Sandy Boucher video. So we discussed, like, as we go, not only her statements, but the theory behind why I think what I think. And so I also understand intent is not the same as impact, but no harm was ever intended, just because I do have criticisms, and I have attempted a lot of things to try and not only mitigate any harm, but also help. I did a whole PR plan for her. I've talked about what I think she could really do to actually fucking win any election, like, you know what I mean? And I have done a lot of work, as much as I could do, to defend her indigeneity to the extent that Bill Deyo has confirmed it, and that I could verify that Bill Deyo is definitely Patawomeck, because people are invalidating that, right? And so I did put, in my opinion, a lot of effort into that. And so I do want to, you know, just put those notes out there as well. So yeah, okay, now I'm going to actually get into the email. It looks like right here we should be good. I'm going to take this image down. So, on May 6, 2026, 9:30 p.m., William Deyo emailed me with the subject, Brittany Jones. Says, "Hi Alexis, I received a message from Brittany Jones stating that you were stating she lied about her Patawomeck descent. I just wanted to verify that Brittany is not lying about her Patawomeck descent. In fact, she has more than just one. I validated her lineage. I also reviewed her DNA and that of her mother. Thanks, Bill." And I responded. Let me double check, make sure I'm not putting anything up here that you don't need to see. Okay, hold on. I think you're good here. I said, "Hi, Bill. My statements about Brittany lying are not about negating the DNA test, disrespecting your confirmation, or anything of that nature. In fact, I regularly show your DNA test confirmation to say that you did confirm her DNA in 2023. My claims of her lies about being Native is she claimed she was raised in the community. She claimed she was fully reconnected to the tribe. She took news interviews speaking as if she had lived experience, claiming she was jingle dress dancing since childhood and that her childhood was enriched by her Indigenous heritage, but she just found out in 2020s and her late 30s she was Patawomeck, never been to Virginia." Okay, there is something here that you guys should not see, so I'm going to Okay, I can show you right here. All right. So then I said, I hit send too soon. I called this a lie because I felt like she was trying to act as if she has more of a native lived experience than she does. She also took an interview and said that, quote, human trafficking outside of MMIW awareness has been pushed under the rug, end quote. She was discrediting the entire point of the MMIW in line. She raised $57,000 in presidential campaign funds using Patawomeck identity. She said she would raffle off an SUV if she got $20,000. She never did. People are mad at her for taking their money. She then tried to use land back movement to defend herself for refusing to leave a restaurant only offered to her for a weekend. Then when people were insulting you, Chief, and the tribe because of her, and I told her I wanted to speak out on it, she told me that sucks, but didn't want me to say anything because she said it made her look bad. And I linked to the playlist, and I said she, in my opinion, is lying in the media about her connection to Patawomeck Tribe and her identity. And I said over and over, it's not the far distant ancestry issue. There is nothing wrong with being a Descendian, as I call myself one. It is her lies. I put together a playlist, and it's all documented here. Also, side note about not the email where she had, where back, just a thought I just had just now, where Brittany, where Will, I'm only saying Will. Huh, the fuck is wrong with me? I'm thinking of William and Bill at the same time. So sorry. Anyway, where Bill told me that Brittany oh shit, I had a thought and now it's gone. But I never said that Brittany was lying about her Patawomeck descent. I said she was lying, in my opinion, about being connected as a childhood. Now, whether or not I have believed it or have questioned it outside of seeing Bill's confirmation before I ever saw it is separate, you know? But I still never said that she was particularly lying about that. I have, though, said that she's lying about a bunch of things surrounding the identity. But I had a thought, and then now it's gone. I think it had to do with family search. Oh, yes. Okay. Where Bill is telling me that Brittany's lineage in family search is closer than I might think, right? Well, in family search, I'm showing you her grandmother on her mom's side lineage. So you can add 2 more generations to get to Brittany, right? For what we see there. So in my head, unless any of that is wrong, documented wrong, or, you know what I mean? Then it's not possible for it to be that close because it would have to be like 5 or 6 or more generations back because all of those ancestors are documented so far, unless they're wrong, right? Like, I mean, there's missing ones, I think, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, it might be like the 5th generation from Brittany before you find a missing ancestor. Before that, they're all documented. If I'm not mistaken. So it can't be that close, right? And it's so dumb, and I never said, you know what I mean? So to me, it's like, I don't know. I just want to put that out there. Okay, that's the thought I just had. All right, we're going to keep going. Oh, wait. Did I had scrolled up to try and remember. Hold on, let me go back here real quick. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, so. And then I said, I had sent him the playlist, and then I said, she, in my opinion, is lying about her connection to the Patawomeck Tribe and her identity. I said over and over, it's not the far distant ancestry issue. There's nothing wrong with saying that being a Descendian, I call myself one. It's her lies. I put together a playlist, and it's all documented here. And I also said I also sent you an email about this when I emailed you, Chief and Tribal Sender, about something else on Thursday, April 30th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. Central. and that's blinked out here because I don't want to show you guys what that is about. And now what I'm going to do is expand this, scroll up. Okay. And I think I can take that off now. And so then I said, I'm happy to take down, redo, or correct anything you think I got wrong or don't want up on my playlist. I mentioned that you confirmed her DNA in almost every video. I am also curious about the gene you said made Brittany related to Pocahontas and her sisters, because when I googled that information, it said that gene had nothing to do with ancestry, but had to do with genetic conditions such as microdeletions and microduplications. So here, I perhaps used the wrong words, because I'm thinking of, I was referring to that gene shit, you know what I mean? So whatever, I didn't go look into the specific wording as I was typing this email because I was just upset responding, right? So I do think it does matter for me to have been more specific. I just don't know that much about DNA, but you know what? Side segment again, I do know a pickup line about DNA. So here's my DNA pickup line. If you were DNA and I were an enzyme, I'd want to be helicase so I could unzip your genes. You're welcome. Or I'm sorry. Whatever makes you feel better. Back to this. I said, I appreciate DNA use in confirming relatives, but I do not believe that DNA alone means someone is then able to represent themselves as someone with native lived experience when they do not have that lived experience, connected to the ways, no culture, no history, etc. I do believe that her taking money, news, interviews, and running political campaigns since 2023 off native identity, claiming she had a native childhood, which she didn't, is ethical. So there is a typo there. I meant to, I should have either put is unethical or is not ethical. I'm just like over there typing, or I don't think it's ethical. You know what I mean? Is what I meant to say, but I was out there manically typing and then not reviewing what I sent. But maybe you know what I meant. Anyway, so. And then I said, when I say she is lying about her identity, it's because I do not believe she was raised in Patawomeck community. I do not believe she was raised in Virginia. I do not believe she has ever gone to a Virginia event. But she takes news interviews as if she is just not connected to in Patawomeck community, and I do believe she is lying. Please watch my videos, and I'm happy to correct anything you feel I should. I do have proof of Brittany's lies. Now, the reason I do not believe he watched my videos is because okay, another side note here. So the reason I don't think you watch my videos is because my videos at this point, even now, it might be hitting 50, definitely over 30, I think over 40 hours of video I have done on this situation, to be honest, which is a lot. And so I don't think it would have been possible for him to have checked any of that out or all of that out. Maybe he did check some of it out and I'm wrong, but to me it's like there's too much information there. I don't think he fully looked into it all, like, you know what I'm saying? Because he responded so soon that there wouldn't have been enough time, in my opinion, right? And so I don't think he looked into it all, and I think I was feeling so fucking crazy that I didn't articulate shit. I'm just over there being a mad woman. But life is hard, okay? I have no emotional regulation. I'm working on that still. That's not an excuse. It's just where I'm at. In terms of, like, it's not an excuse, but an explanation. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, okay, so, and I had said I do have proof of Brittany's lies. And I said she has also claimed Choctaw, Blackfoot, or Chickasaw, and I said she's definitely lying about that. And I also said I don't know how. I sent the text messages where she said that she was raised indigenous, where she was raised in the indigenous community is what she's told me, and then that she was not raised white, but she was smarter than to say that publicly. I sent them that, and I said I don't know how she was raised indigenous. I do believe she's someone who is not genuine. She doesn't seem to understand her white privilege. She acts as if she was raised native, but her mother is white and didn't know she had any native ancestry till 2020s. I feel this is problematic, leads to pandigenizing and cultural appropriation. She is lying in news outlets talking about how her childhood was enriched by her indigenous heritage, but she didn't find out till she was an adult. If she was connected to another Native community, why not shout them out and give credit where it's due instead of acting as if she was raised Patawomeck when I know she wasn't? And what I didn't say there is also, though, knowing another Indigenous community and being around other Natives, though, doesn't mean you were raised their community. Doesn't mean, you know what I mean? There's like this, in my opinion. Okay, and I said apologies for typos and lots of emos. She really does have me triggered because of her lies and misrepresentation. I fully in my heart believe she is taking advantage of your DNA confirmation to exploit Native identity for her own gain, that she cares more about using Native identity for her campaign than about being honest to the public about the fact she was not raised Native, only got a JAD-matched DNA confirmation done recently, and is just beginning any reconnection. Instead, she literally said she was already connected. She also took an interview saying she was getting the enrollment process started, when at that time she is not only aware that enrollment is closed for federal recognition in the air, but also she's already aware she doesn't qualify for enrollment, but is telling the podcast Voices for Voices that she's getting enrolled now. Why wouldn't she just tell them the truth? Please watch my videos for proof of her lies. Are you really okay with someone finding out as an adult that they have Patawomeck ancestry, trying to misrepresent the connection to the tribe, and act as if they weren't raised in the tribe when they were? And he said, I'm okay with Brittany saying that she's of Patawomeck descent, as that is a fact. She claims that she never stated she was raised with the Patawomeck or as a Patawomeck. She did tell me a number of years ago that she wore jingle dresses at powwows growing up, but they were not Patawomeck. You are misinformed about the gene that makes a person descended from Pocahontas or her sisters. It is not a gene, but is a specific DNA segment and definitely does prove the ancestral connections. Please just be careful that you do not misinterpret statements by Brittany or others, as it can unjustly hurt them. Be happy with the Patawomeck lineage that you have. I cannot give out details of Brittany's lineage, but she is more closely related to you than you may think. Take care, Bill. Did I say Brill? What the fuck is wrong with me? I added an R in his name. Anyway. And I responded. Here we go, guys. Let me take a drink. Hold up. Bill, when I express struggles with identity, it is not about not being happy with my owner for someone else for their Patawomeck lineage. My dad worked for Yates Construction on the Choctaw Reservation of Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians around 1998 through 2010 until he was hit head-on by a drunk driver. He worked on Silver Star Casino repair, helped build Golden Moon Casino, and helped build Geyser Falls Water Park. Picture of me outside of my dad's shop. He was a Yates contractor. Yates had contracts with the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians since 1993. And you can see that from a quick Google search. So yeah. And then I said, my dad had gotten sober, struggled with addiction before the late 90s when he met my stepmom. She helped him get sober, and he stayed sober until he was one of the first patients in Mississippi after that wreck who they decided to medically test fentanyl on, and he has struggled with addiction ever since. For my dad working on the reservation up there, my brother became very good friends with a Choctaw member who's transitioned. But we're no longer in contact, so I don't know their current name. So anyway, I said, but their sister still follows me today. Members of the Choctaw Reservation also used to hire my stepmom. She owned a floral studio to decorate for their events, funerals, and ceremonies. I bring them up because regardless of where life has taken us now, they made a huge mark on my life and my upbringing and how I see things. Part of how my identity struggle does come from these experiences. Being around the Choctaw Reservation, I was taught that it was not appropriate for someone like me or my dad to engage in their practices or their ceremonies or their dances. As they explained to us, it would be cultural appropriation. My dad didn't know what specific tribe he came from for sure, but also there's a lot of misinformation about which specific tribe each Powhatan ancestor is from, but he also knew he was Powhatan, always descended of Wahan Seneca and Pocahontas, but people would call him a meth head for discussing it. The teachings we get from identity come from the proximity we had to the closest native community to us, which was the Choctaws. But my dad would always tell us, knowing Choctaws doesn't make us native, and doing their culture isn't our heritage to take part in, we just show up and support. I think these teachings are why I struggle when I see Brittany bring up jingle dress, which to my understanding is a closed practice, particularly given context of all the statements she made to me privately and to all publicly. Brittany, in my opinion, uses words to the public to lead them to believe she is more connected than she is, and then will turn around and use semantics to deny the outcome of what was said. Anytime I have shared commentary about Brittany's statements, I have shared not only the clip of the statement I am discussing, but also I show the entire clip of the statement for the full context of what was said, so that anything she says is not taken out of context. If I misinterpret anything, it is not taken out of context, and her full context is still there, so if I'm misinterpreting, it should be clear in my opinion, and people can decide for themselves if they think I am misinterpreting anything. I am only sharing what I feel in my heart, and I show evidence every step of the way in my playlist. Related to the DNA, I was genuinely curious. When I said I was questioning it, that wasn't about negating you, that was about me wondering what the explanation was. Not that you owe me anything, or I'm entitled to knowing, just wanted you to know, but wasn't trying to make you feel negated. Here's what I looked up, and we went over these Google searches and the outcome that I found in my last live stream, so I'm not going to go over all of that again, but I'm just going to say that the red Indian marking chromosome 3 at 184th or 184.5 M did not return results related to human genetic marking or Native American ancestry, and that chromosome 3 at 184th or 184.5 M ancestry, meaning, am I saying the right thing? Did I say FM before, like the radio? I don't know. Anyway, it said that search results not a reliable marker for assigning ancient population history. Genetic studies usually look at SNPs across entire genome to determine ancestry, not the end of chromosome 3, which is more relevant to clinical genetics or syndrome studies. That's what I sent them. He had told me, that what we found here, that all of that, what he said about it was that it is definitely does prove the ancestral connections. I don't know how. The other information I could find online about it, I couldn't find anything that would point to that. But I'm not a geneticist either, so yeah. And I referred to the email that Brittany had sent me where he had said that. And I said, if I am misinformed, that is why I was seeking clarity. But I am sharing with you what information is available to me, so that without correction, that is all I have currently going. Also, I did use Family Search to click through Brittany's mom's family tree, and there are no Native ancestors documented in Family Search. So when I have discussed that she has no Native ancestors documented, it is because I couldn't find a single lineage that connected to Ann Meese or William Redmond. I also clicked through every single one of Ann Meese and William Redmond's descendants to see if I could find a connection, but could not. I wonder if he said closer related to me than I may think, because Ann Meese is a sister of Grace Meese, who I do descend from. But anyway, I said, I am not misinterpreting anything. I'm letting you know my feelings about what I can prove happened from the evidence is in front of me. I said, list of discrepancies with identity statements from Brittany. 1. Brittany claims Choctaw, Chickasaw, or Blackfoot, and I did not find any of this documented in her genealogy. So I have called her a tribe hopper for saying this is not only on Facebook, but also on TikTok, but I have proof Facebook. Put a screenshot. Said 2. 2021 is when Brittany claims she found out about DNA. She also posted she didn't know if what was told was true, as if she was told as a child. She talks about her mom bringing her to other Native ceremonies, like my dad did, except my dad taught us that their culture was not ours to practice, that she was picking fabric for regalia, and that she needed a ceremony because she was a bad kid. But how could she need a ceremony for being a bad kid when she messaged me that her mother never said they were Native as a child? How could her mom be doing Native ceremony when her mom didn't know her own roots? Is that not problematic? The powwows and events I attended, it was taught to me you need to be able to prove your connection to tribes through a regalia and to partake in ceremony. And I don't know if I put this in here, but also, like, how can you be partaking in someone else's ceremony? Why not your own, right? Isn't that not cultural appropriation? And I said, whose regalia was she wearing? How is that not cultural appropriation? Is wearing other tribes' regalia not inappropriate? And if you just learned that you're Native, are you the right person to represent Native issues in an official capacity as governor? Is it not okay to question not Native lived experience? And I said 2023 is when she got her DNA confirmed by you, or at least the earliest record I have seen of it. In 2025, Brittany DMs me that she clearly states she does not have life experience of living on the reservation. But then she also says she was not raised white. She was raised in the Indigenous community until she was about 7 on the West Coast. How could she be raised Indigenous if her and her mom didn't know they were Native? How does knowing or being around other Natives make you raised Indigenous? If I was taught that is pretendianism to tokenize other Natives to claim their culture is your identity. Brittany told me she doesn't publicly say she wasn't raised white because she's smarter than that, LOL. What does Brittany mean by she knows better than to say she wasn't raised white publicly while also telling me privately she wasn't raised white? But how could she be raised Native if they were not connected to Patawomeck culture if they are Patawomeck? Is that not pan-indigeneity and cultural appropriation? Does it not erase marginalization of being white passing and white privilege in this society where they are only moving through the world as white people? If Brittany's mom just started to research her roots as an adult when Brittany came out, how was Brittany raised with Native roots as a child when her own mom didn't know what those roots were? In interviews, Brittany speaks as if she has lived experience on Native issues instead of clarifying that she is a descendant. I do believe that she intentionally uses words to lead people to believe she has more connection and lived experience than what she has. Brittany told me she always clarifies in the media she is not connected, but I don't feel she clarified this in a single one of these examples. Oregon gubernatorial debate, May 6, 2026. Hold on, I'm going to replay some stuff, I think. Americans across the ocean, because that's the majority competing target. Need to be real here. Okay, I apologize. I was going to attempt to replay some things here. That one is so low. Let's see. Hold on. And this is covering the other thing, so I'm going to take that down. Okay. Apologies. Let's try that again. So here, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but here Brittany says the majority of people being targeted here are brown-skinned. I am Indigenous. I stand on my community. Americans across the ocean, because that's the majority being targeted. Need to be real here. Are brown-skinned people. I am Indigenous. I stand with my community 110%, and so that. Okay. I don't know if y'all could hear that. I apologize. I said my father is brown skinned. For her to tell me that she is raised not white when she is white, and then for her to speak on brown skin trauma that she doesn't have any lived experience with is a trigger for me. And then I gave a quote. Outside of that, my tribe is in Virginia. I'm Patawomeck from Brittany. Okay. Now let me know if I'm misinterpreting these statements or if I'm quoting her correctly. And then after that, she said, and as governor, I want to bring the tribes and descendancy groups to the table in a way that hasn't been done before, probably nationwide since our treaties first started being broken, which was the beginning. We were an integral part of the ecosystem. Our communities work, not individuals. We help shape the environments and ecosystems around our communities, and we live in balance with those. To the table in a way that hasn't been done before, probably nationwide, since our treaties first started being broken, which was from the beginning. We were an integral part of the ecosystem. Our communities were, not individuals. We helped shape the environment and the ecosystems around our communities, and we live in balance with those. Okay. All right. Our community should lead the way when it comes to the environment. Our community should lead the way when it comes to the environment. Brittany Jones answers questions as if from a lived Native perspective, which she told me she doesn't have and wouldn't represent herself as having Native lived experience. She doesn't feel the need to clarify she is not connected during Oregon gubernatorial debate. She speaks as if to represent all Native community without lived experience to do so. Brittany speaks as if she has Native lived experience without clarifying she only has far distant ancestry with no lived experience on the same night, May 6, 2026, that she told me she always clarifies she only has distant ancestry. the Voices for Voices podcast. Her childhood was enriched by her indigenous heritage and Mexican culture. While not enrolled in any Oregon tribe, Jones identifies as Patawomeck, they spell it wrong here, an indigenous group from Virginia. She describes growing up and participating in powwow, ceremony, and cultural gatherings, though these experiences were interrupted when her mother entered the workforce to support the family. As an adult, Jones has reconnected with her indigenous roots and maintains regular contact with her relatives in Virginia. And I sent a link to that right here. Y'all let me know if I misquoted this document, if y'all think I misquoted this. Okay, and I said, how was her childhood enriched by indigenous heritage that she didn't know about until her 30s? How is partaking in other people's cultures your heritage? Does this wording not come off to lead people to believe she was raised more in community with Patawomecks than the truth? As much as I respect you, does only talking to you count as, okay, now I'm fully reconnected now to the whole tribe and my roots? And if I'm only talking to you, does that mean I have a regular contact with all my relatives in Virginia? And does that now mean I'm qualified to represent all Native people in a legal capacity? Transplaining podcast. I wonder if I messed up, because I thought I was going to put more on Voices for Voices, but I'm wondering if I accidentally put some of the wrong links here or there, but whatever, we'll see if I got it all right. Anyway, Transplaining podcast. I said Brittany calls Haudenosaunee 7 generations teachings the native way instead of acknowledging what tribe the teaching is from or saying this is one tribe's teaching that others happen to follow. I believe this is pan-indigeneity to not credit the tribe for their teachings.
Everybody's children. That's kind of a native belief too, is for you do it for 7 generations in the future.
It happens. It happens.
And that's not okay. And that's after using Haudenosaunee 7 generations without giving credit to the tribe. Brittany speaks on genocide for First Nations. A legal concept does not apply to United States natives, but in America to Canadian natives, although it can in Australia apply them to and stuff like that. As a legal term for legal rights, which does matter for legal protections. And when you are speaking as a governor candidate, I think it does matter as governors impact the law.
Do it for 7 generations into the future. And our environment is declining. Our human rights are being taken away. We're still in an active genocide right here in America. And then we have genocides happening globally, like in Palestine.
Right.
And it's time for people to get into office that have the energy for change and who are living the discrepancies and who can see how to fix it and are not afraid to stand up and fix it.
Right.
And so
I also think right here when she says living the discrepancies, she's implying she has lived experience on these issues, in my opinion, and I do not believe she does.
Decided to go for it.
What genocides are you seeing here in America?
So the genocide against First Nations never stopped. Our treaties are constantly violated.
Okay, back with the... Okay, so yeah, y'all get the point there. And then I said, Brittany identifies as mixed native when asked if native and does not clarify distance in ancestry or connection. When she is not racially or socially perceived as mixed and does not experience the marginalization in society that comes with being racially mixed, as she then speaks on Aquia and 60 Scoop.
There we go.
Wow. So I take it that you're native then?
Yes, I am mixed. I'm Patawomeck.
Okay, mind you guys, Aquia ended in the late 60s, I believe, or maybe
The tribe on the East Coast.
God damn it, I just realized I wasn't unmuted. Basically, I was reading item number 4 here. Brittany clarified that she was not enrolled so people don't come for her, but she is connected to the family who aren't enrolled and communicates with them frequently. Learning tribal history, family history is what she had said in this interview. And I said that if she's connected to Patawomeck family, why is Bill the only person she tokenizes to claim proximity? And claiming you're not enrolled but connected still misrepresents reconnection. Maybe I was too harsh there, but I was angry kind of right now. This. I hope he understands. But you know what? Let's just go at that again. Sorry, I was muted.
The tribe on the East Coast. I'm not enrolled. I always clarify that so nobody comes for me. But I am connected to my family who are enrolled, and I communicate with them frequently, learning my tribal history, my family's history, and just.
To my knowledge, the only. Okay. I think I was muted for that. Sorry if I replayed that for nothing, or you're welcome if I was right. Anyway, but yeah, and then I said, Brittany says she's going to get the enrollment process started, and at this point, she knows she doesn't qualify for enrollment and the tribal office is closed, because I DM'd her that before.
History, my family's history, and just, I need to go out there and visit and get the enrollment process started.
Right.
But for right now, I'm happy to be connected to them and be learning.
So does she mean she needs to get the enrollment process started when she knows she can't, is right what I was saying. And then I said, in every news outlet I see, she represents herself as indigenous over and over without ever clarifying the distant ancestry and using words that I believe the general public would be too ignorant to realize she is reconnecting, not connected. And I show where Queen introduces Brittany as Native American community in this article right here. And I show where Brittany identifies as mixed indigenous on coin. And I said, I do feel it takes space from people with actual lived experience on being mixed. And even if you argue that's colonizer structure, we live under structure of colonialism, and to deny the marginalization of racism and how dark-skinned or mixed perceived people do have a different lived experience than white presenting people is racism to me. And for white people to try and claim that we experience the same life as someone who is mixed is racism to me. And so yeah, and here's that evidence there.
On all of us. As somebody who is mixed indigenous of Patawomeck descent, a lot of.
So yeah, y'all know how I feel Patawomeck stuff there. And then I said, here's another post she made calling herself mixed, using damaged skin from sunburn to compare herself to a darker skinned native. And I linked to the post where I was showing she had posted herself and it said burn like this today, overlay. And on the other side of it, it said to look like this tomorrow. And it said mixed indigenous be like that sometime as the caption for it. Yeah. So I linked to my coverage on that. And I said statements Brittany made to me in voice message after I confronted her about the Voices for Voices podcast, Voices for Voices article published about her having an indigenous childhood with the Patawomeck Tribe. There's a podcast for it too. I said 1. Brittany says that she and her mom never have claimed any connection to Patawomeck since childhood, but that her mom was part of the Native American Student Association in Lane County and that she never said she grew up with a Native experience. She clearly says she had it. If that were true, why did she not have Voices for Voices issue a correction? She says she had a Native connection to the Native community out there as a child, and it ended when her mom graduated. So here is my proof for her statement on that.
Part of the Native American students.
Sorry, that was muted. Let's go at it again. We're going to retry that. I just realized it was muted.
For 2, neither did my mom.
That can't be right. I feel like it's not playing. Am I out of it? Let me go at it one. No? Maybe I put the wrong thing. Let's try it one more time.
For 2, neither did my mom. She was part of the Native American Student Association in Lane County, and I never said that I grew up with the Native experience either. I clearly say that I hadn't. I say I had a connection to the Native community out here as a child, and it ended when my mom graduated college.
Whatever, okay. I think I may have fucked that timestamp up, but close enough. Y'all get the point, right? That's close enough. And then I said, when I confronted her about the statement in the article, she acted as if I was dismissing the DNA and told me I just made this shit up instead of owning up to how problematic the wording can be if it leads people to believe she was raised Native when she wasn't, or saying, hey, let's issue a correction. She claims to be reconnecting for 5 years now since 2021 with you, but I thought she reached out to you at first in 2023. She says she has never claimed to be connected to us or community as a child, that I made that shit up. Again, here's the link to the article. I did not make this up. But that's in, but you know what, the you made this shit up comment, maybe I should have put a link to that in here too, but that's in the rest of the voice messages. Y'all can go see that there. But anyway, so, and then I said, statements Brittany made to me after I caught her out. All evidence is in my playlist, so this is her response to all that is in my playlist, but more specifically, comments I left about her gubernatorial debate. This is a playlist link. I sent a link there. I said, 1. I made statements about my belief in her lying about her identity in the media, which I maintain based on everything discussed in this email on public Facebook pages about her gubernatorial page. I do have the right to criticize political candidates. Oopsie, wrong button is what I put. So yeah. Brittany deleted her responses to my comments, then messaged me on her private personal page to leave her alone when she was the one direct messaging me. We already reviewed all of those messages, so I'm not reading them to you guys again. But yeah, I'm telling him about the messages as I share them with him. I don't think I shared all of them with him though for this part because we ain't got time right now. Anyway, I said, Brittany says she never claimed to have lived Native experience, but she does keep taking representation in the media as if she does, and is running her governor campaign based on the concept of having Native lived experience. And I showed a screenshot, I believe, where she said that. And I said, Brittany says, she said MMIW is swept under the rug, but I can prove that's not what she said. And I said, link to a direct statement from the interview where she said that human trafficking outside of like the MMIW awareness has been kind of pushed under the rug.
And the human trafficking outside of like the MMIW awareness has kind of been pushed under the rug.
So Brittany denies to me that she said that human trafficking outside of the MMIW awareness has been pushed under the rug. She denies that she said this. I don't know if I misinterpreted that or not. Y'all let me know if I misinterpreted her statement. I said this is the statement where she said human trafficking outside of like the MMIW awareness has been kind of pushed under the rug. 6. Brittany accuses me of clout chasing and twisting what she says to fit my narrative while denying she said what I can prove she said. Every statement I have made criticisms of, I understand if you disagree with or don't like my criticisms. I'm not asking you to agree with everything I say. But when I always show you direct quote, I always show the entire context for everything you said. That is not twisting words. That is showing the exact statement. Just because I have my own opinion doesn't mean I'm twisting a narrative. Me having a different perspective is not the same. How am I twisting a narrative for showing proof of what you said when I have a problem with it, but she's not twisting a narrative by gaslighting me about what I can prove she did say? How is someone who has no lived experience with racism telling me, who was taught by my dad, that I have colonizer behavior? But that isn't racist for a white woman to say this man acts like a colonizer when my teachings come from him. Brittany denies claiming other tribes, but I can prove she did claim Blackfoot, Chickasaw, or Choctaw. Typo. Sorry, Chickasaw. I said this is just a physical written evidence I have of her saying this, and she would also introduce herself from multiple tribes and streams that I don't have evidence for, but I'm telling you because I'm like, fuck it if you don't believe me anyway, even if I can prove it, it's how I feel in this moment. Not to speak for you, but to tell you my feelings based on the situation related to my insecurities. Brittany also denied ever saying she wasn't raised white or saying she was raised indigenous, and she denies that claiming multiple tribes without verification is the same as being a tribe hopper. If you are worried about me unjustly hurting Brittany by my commentary that I disagree with her actions and that I do believe you cannot reconnect to your native culture through a tribe that is not your own, then are you not also concerned about how Brittany unjustly hurts people using Patawomeck name, land back, and MMIW to do so? Some ways that Brittany has harmed others. Reasons I believe people come after you for supporting her and endorsing her. As if you are aware, then it does come off to enable this. 1. Gingerbread Village owner only agreed to let Brittany stay for a weekend, but she refused to leave, and it cost the owner over $20,000 to get her out, and the courts ruled that Brittany was there illegally and had to leave. Brittany also did not pay a dime to the owner to stay there for over a month, and she was supposed to just be there for 3 days. While Brittany was taking advantage of their property, when asked to leave, she said it was the land back movement for her to keep staying, and she filed a false stalking protection order on the landlord, claiming afterwards she didn't know what paper she was filing. And I linked to all the court hearings. I linked to where Brittany was called out on Reddit for the false stalking protection order. I showed the false stalking protection order itself. And then I showed a link to the video segment where Brittany uses land back. So here's the false protection order itself. And that, that I showed him, for example. And then I show where Brittany uses land back to claim that the place she didn't pay to be at or have permission to stay at should let her stay there anyway for free.
And then do all this illegal bullshit. I'm tired.
So Brittany keeps saying that the Gingerbread Village is the one doing illegal bullshit because they didn't allow her to stay there. But the courts ruled in Gingerbread Village's favor that Gingerbread Village was telling the truth.
I was put here for a reason. And I asked, should I fight this? Should I fight this? And then an elder from Standing Rock who was there.
And I don't know if you can see, but in the background, that sign, it's for the Gingerbread Village. Let's see if it gets bigger.
For the Dapple line.
Let's see if I can show you guys. I feel like it's not clear. You can't even tell. I feel crazy.
Who was in the protests, she told me, teach them, educate those people out there what land back means. So here I am. I'm going to educate these people on what land back means. True sovereignty, true freedom.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's kind of more visible. Like you can see where it says village and gingerbread right there. Like this right here says gingerbread.
And give
it says gingerbread village right here, and this is a gingerbread right there. I don't know if you guys can see that, but if you can, this is the context. Like I'm not making this up.
our fucking land back.
So the situation here, the court's ruled, the court hearings showed this. The landlord only agreed to let her stay for 3 days. She stayed there for over a month, didn't pay a dime, wasn't allowed to stay there for that long, was refusing to leave, and now she's out here making a video talking about fucking land back. Okay. And then I continued bringing these things up, and I said, no, let's make this a little smaller. I said, Brittany promised to give away a car, SUV, truck, whatever you want to call it, if she raised $20,000. She raised over $57,000 and did not give away the car. People to this day believe she scammed them. The entire time she was raising funds, she was using the concept of being a native president to do so. Here, then I showed a link to where Brittany offers to give away the SUV, car, truck. And we've seen this video before, so I'm not going to play the video. But
Hey everyone.
this is the video, but I cannot drag this. I'm trying to drag the thingy. But I just wanted to show you guys there is a video where she did try and raise funds. If you play this segment on the Indigenous issues, Brittany Jones, political candidates, Patawomeck Tribe native video thing that I did before, all of that, you know what I mean? We talked about that. That's first video that I ever did on this, the car raffle Lease covered. So she offered to give away this SUV if she got $20,000. Now, to my knowledge, if I remember everything correctly, what had happened with that SUV was she did use it for her presidential campaign. Eventually it broke down. She never raffled it off. And eventually she did end up renting another car. And so people basically are telling her that that car raffle is a scam fraud because she never gave away a vehicle and she raised a bunch of money under that premise. And you look at the campaign donations reported, and it's reported that, you know, oh, it went away. Maybe that's the wrong link, but that's crazy. Okay, maybe I sent him the wrong link, but maybe there was a typo in my link. It's not loading all of a sudden. I wonder if they took it down. So the FEC reportings did used to be up. We did report on it previously. Okay, here it is right here. So the total receipts actually says $62,000, but for contributions it says $57,570. So I just want to put that out there. So that's with loans as well is where you get to the 62. So, you know what I'm saying? But apparently, P400, did I send the wrong link? Apparently, I sent the wrong link. 1290, 10290. That's the right link. Oh, I didn't add a slash at the end. Apparently, that slash matters. Okay. Anyway, so I fucked up the URL that I sent to Bill. That's unfortunate for me. But I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Like, this, I missed a slash. Anyway, okay, so anyway, Brittany agreed to rent a car, then stopped making payments on the car, then didn't want to give the car back, claiming she was buying a car and the seller backed out, much like with the gingerbread, except for she also took money from the car owner to get the oil change and never got the oil change, and he had to fight to get his car back. So I showed a post from the owner of the car side, and then I showed claims related to Brittany's statements on the car issue. So then Brittany got on a podcast about human trafficking and said that human trafficking outside of like the MIW awareness has kind of been pushed under the rug. I showed you guys the link to the direct statement already. And then I said she was talking about there's no awareness for human trafficking outside of MIW, which is against the entire point of MIW movement that I criticized her for. I'm not misinterpreting this. This is a direct quote that I have a problem with. I can prove she said this. She denied to me she said this. If she had forgotten or not realized, I wouldn't judge her for that, as I can't remember what I said 4 minutes ago, and I slip up all the time with words and brain farts. It's the way she gaslights me on every issue I have with her that really pisses me off. And it's one thing to have your own teaching on an issue. It's okay to feel different ways about things, but to act as if the social issue doesn't exist at all is baffling to me. And mind you, Brittany's own sister, Isla Jones, is commenting to support her haters on the PMW gym page. My fibers were gasted when I saw this, because these are people calling Brittany a pretendian, degrading you as well as Chief and the whole tribe. Why would Brittany's sister support that if Brittany's statements about being raised indigenous were true? Because even though I have criticisms of Brittany, I would never comment in support of PNW Gym, who are Trump supporting, ICE supporting dickbucks. And no matter how mad I get at my siblings, I would never support any page calling them a pretendian either, unless they actually did something I thought was valid for that call out. And I talked about when I first noticed Isla comment and reading the rest of the comments where Isla commented. I said I also know someone named Manny who claims he is Puerto Pecha. I do believe he really is native, but I also call him a pretendian. Why? Because he charges people to attend what he calls Lakota Sundance ceremonies. I also believe there's a big difference between calling someone out for some pretendian-ass behavior when they are culturally appropriated or exploiting other cultures not theirs, versus negating their indigeneity, because it's not that I don't think he is native descent, but I do think he acts like a pretendian. And I do agree with a lot of talking points people make when they say he is not native for that shit, because he pan-indigenizes other cultures as if it were his own. Same for Brittany. And I said that times I have defended her indigeneity. These aren't even all of the times I have tried to defend her indigeneity, just some of the ones I could prove or find quickly. And I said I defend your DNA confirmation here, got one more, and this email is from before all of that. So here, William Deyo had said to Brittany back in 2023, "Hi Brittany, oh yes, we're definitely related a lot as the paper trail shows. Even the DNA shows that we are related through many segments. But it is just that my DNA did not randomly inherit that much on my mother's side." So there, y'all get the point? And here, okay. And then here, so Raven, I keep saying Raven, don't I? Because her username on TikTok is Raven. If I accidentally say that, I fucking mean Brittany. Whatever. Brittany sent me, this screenshot that other people were posting about her. So they highlighted part of this and added, "From William's mouth himself, she isn't Native American." But that's not what he said. That's just what they're saying about it. What he said was, "You contacted me about Brittany Jones. I am not aware of any illegal activity that she may be involved in. I only know that she has a valid Patawomeck descent but cannot become a full tribal member because her family left the area too early. I have corresponded with Brittany for a number of years and had no idea of any of the claims that you have against her. I'm very sorry if..." Okay, there we go. So there. And I said I'd defend you here on what they were saying about William Deyo, as well as other things as well. But I'm over here like, look, Brittany has put herself in a position where it's like the cost of doing business in a way, you know, where no matter what, when you run for office, you're gonna have lovers and haters no matter what. There's just not gonna be, and that's already true for the general person, but I feel like Brittany's a special case because a lot of what she says and does is extremely polarizing. And so I feel like no matter, she's just not gonna be somebody who is socially palatable to the mainstream. And no, from that reason alone, you know, I don't think she's used to having the type of public, the weight of public perception on her that from her previous experience, you know, just being public on social media, compared to the past few years, she decided to go on a political campaign route that has really put her into a different sphere of, what is it when people are like scrutinizing? Yeah, public scrutiny, you know, like that's, I don't think she's used to this level of public scrutiny because, because it's very different. I think the attention you get from being on social media, from being a business owner, is not the same as what you're going to get from being in a political campaign. And I think that adjustment period is something that hasn't really, like, I feel like she's still handling the situation from a social media perspective rather than having the response of something that is going to be a good political strategy, if that makes sense, you know, in terms of, I don't agree with the cease and desist comment on that post, even if, okay, from there I get into some other rambos. I thought I said some more shit about defending Bill there, but I still was basically being like, okay, and then from here I did go into defending Bill, and then so here I had said, if Bill Deyo is verifying Brittany Jones, then that is going to be my answer on face value. If Bill Deyo is verifying Brittany Jones, then that is going to be my answer on face value. I have other thoughts on the, okay. And then I said what I'm tired of is hearing people invalidating Bill Deyo just because they don't like Brittany Jones. And, you know, well, and I said more, but let's watch that here. What I'm tired of hearing is people invalidating Bill Deyo and in relation just because they don't fucking like Brittany Jones. I'm tired of hearing people invalidating Patomecks just because they don't like Brittany Jones. I'm fucking tired of hearing people invalidating Palatins, the Pamunkey, the Mattapanai, like all of our fucking history, Pocahontas, just because you don't like Brittany Jones. Fuck right off. You don't have to like Brittany Jones. I don't give a fuck who you like. Stop fucking contributing to genocide, indigenous erasure, just because you don't like some random fucking person who happens to maybe be, you know, have indigenous ancestry. Okay. I also said, could it not be true that that maybe she is a descendant, maybe she is native descent, but also you could just not like her? You don't have to like someone just because they're native, you know? So could it not be true that maybe she is a Descendian, maybe she is native descent, but also you could just not like her? She could just be problematic to you for XYZ reason. Both could be true, right? Like, there's not this like world in which it has to be one or the other. And then I said, if my tribal historian has confirmed that she's a Patawomeck descendant, then I trust my tribal historian. I think. If my tribal historian has confirmed that she is a Patawomeck descendant, then I trust my tribal historian. I will say that. But, yeah, so, but because she is not raised connected, that is why I think she says problematic things. And because she wants to be, okay. I said, yeah. And another thing I said is, I'm just going to go with what Bill says regardless of what else I saw. I would never dispute with him who is or isn't a tribal member. That's not my place. All I'm going to say is if Bill says it, then I'm just going to go with what Bill says, regardless of what else I saw. You know what I'm saying? But because he is the one who's going to know, like, what was there that I didn't see. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's the one that's going to know, like, who's actually tribal members way more than I could. So I would never dispute with him or the tribe who is or isn't a tribal member. That's not my place. And it's not the place of anyone who isn't Patawomeck. If you're a Native American, you can have general thoughts. Go for that. But you can't speak to another tribe about who is or isn't part of their tribe or a descendant of their tribe. All right. And then I also said that the most likely scenario is that I could be making a mistake. Bill confirmed her lineage. I'm going to go ahead and assume that the most likely scenario is that I could be making a mistake. And that was on why I could find no native ancestors document in family search for Brittany's mom. Then it says, at the Patawomeck, then I had said that it was not my place to argue Patawomeck tribal history about who is or is not Patawomeck. If the Patawomeck tribal historian emeritus claims her, it is not my place to argue with the Patawomeck tribal historian emeritus about who is or is not Patawomeck. Another example, it's not my place to speak on that. And as long as Bill Deyo, Patawomeck tribal historian, is verifying her lineage, it's not my place to speak on that. Okay, another example, if Bill Deyo has verified her lineage, as I've been saying over and over and over in my videos on this, and that's valid, and it's not my place to argue with Bill Deyo. Because if Bill Deyo has verified her lineage, as I've been saying over and over and over in my videos on this, then that's valid, and it's not my place to argue with Bill Deyo about who is or isn't Patawomeck at all. Like, hell no, that would be extremely inappropriate. You know, I can only share, like, personally my... Alright, so those were some of the times, and those are just some, not all, some of the times that I've defended her lineage, defended Bill Deyo, defended her. And I said, when I discredit Brittany having native lived experience, it's about the lies I perceive as well as the facts of her learning her heritage. And I gave some other quotes about my discrepancies over here. So I'm going to share this one, but I basically just watched the live stream, but I basically had shared with him some thoughts on its indigenous representation and why I don't believe partaking in other cultures makes you connected to your own, that I've talked about in a live stream previously. But here's a quote. I'm over here about to be talking on who I think should or should not be an authority on Native issues, so just keep in mind I am not an authority on these issues. Don't think of me that way. I'm just here to point you into a direction where I think you may find some sources here. Now, so yeah, and then I sent an entire video that I made that was a PR plan. I was trying to minimize this. Let's see. Okay. I sent a link to an entire video I made that was a PR plan with the intent to help her. Like, to this day, she addressed why people such as Nadine Kendall and Star Janet Thomas Smokewire are calling her out and took accountability. Star donated to her campaign and feels scammed by it. She could have a genuine shot at winning one day. I made an entire plan with the goal of helping her win. She just doesn't value that because I do acknowledge how others feel harmed by her, and I linked to the PR plan. And I said, how can you be raised indigenous as a child if you did not know you were indigenous? How is that not cultural appropriation and fetishization? How does finding out in your mid to late 30s you are a native give you instant lived experience to represent other natives in the media and politics immediately when you have never had that lived experience before? She and I have very different value alignment systems when it comes to these human rights issues related to Native representation and accountability. I do feel a way about being told I misinterpreted it and I'm uninformed, referring to the specific words that bothered me, not to take things out of context or that I have a problem with being misinformed. But it rubs me the wrong way when I was seeking, I typed seeing, but I was meant to say seeking, that's a typo. When I was seeking clarity for that to be what I was told, when I had discussed, it was just the only information I can find. I have no problem being wrong. If I am wrong, I want to be corrected. But when I feel something is so wrong in my heart, it will bubble inside of me until it explodes if I don't get it out. Just because I believe that Brittany should be held accountable one day for the harm she has caused to others using Native identity, and because I do think she has misled the public with her identity, which is a form of fraud, doesn't mean that also that I have ever negated you, your confirmation, or the fact that she could be a descendant. I believe it's possible for all the things to be true. I appreciate your time and consideration and responses. He never responded to any of that. And another thing that I had tried to send them was how I told Brittany that I wanted to do these videos, and then she asked me to endorse her, how my videos began. But the images did not load correctly, and I think that's because actually I don't really know, but I was dealing with a bunch of shit. So my images for this didn't upload correctly. So then I tried sending it again, and the first half of it, part of it, not the first half, but like the first four sections of it didn't send. And so then I had to send a third email on that. But the first, and in that second one, I forgot to like kind of bold it like I did the other one for skim and scannability. Let's see. But yeah, so let's kind of go into that. So I had also said how I told Brittany I wanted to do these videos, and then she asked me to endorse her. How my videos began. 1. Brittany came to me claiming that others did say she was enrolled, but she never said that. It wouldn't surprise me. And I sent this picture, and I'm sending the picture here. Sending the evidence here for those statements, right? And so it wouldn't surprise me if people did lie on her, and it wouldn't surprise me if she did say that and is denying it, as she does regularly say things, then deny to me that she said what I can prove she said. I believe the issue is semantics, because she keeps saying she is a member of Native community, and when asked what tribe is she a member of, she responds Patawomeck is her community, and she argues that because she doesn't directly say she is enrolled, she's not leading them to believe she is. But many feel her words are misleading to believe enrollment, because things like that will be what she says when asked what tribe she has membership in. And then I just sent some other screenshots related to that the conversation progressing. And I have read all of this before, so I'm not reading all of this again. I am just showing you guys for the purposes of you understanding what I attempted to communicate to Bill. So then I said, I told Brittany that I want to do videos of a full analysis of all of the hate on her. Brittany claims the squatting allegations are a lie, even though the court ruled it was the truth that she was there illegally. I keep clicking back to the wrong one. From there, Brittany and I went back and forth on if people could publicly state she was a squatter if the court ruled she was there illegally, in the context of, I told her I think it's important to address all the reasons people are bringing up her identity, as she was using it to claim land back to stay there illegally. From there, I tell Brittany, yet again, that I want to do videos on her to back up your verification, which I did do. She responds she doesn't want anything to impact her campaign, and that there is nothing to call her out for because she does nothing wrong. And I told her I didn't have to make any posts, I just sincerely thought it would help, and she then said she would appreciate it after all. Wrong one. I think a lot of people believe that Brittany's actions are harmful, but they don't have the words to articulate it, and they resort to anti-Indigenous rhetoric as a default. When Brittany mentions calling the tribal office, I share my thoughts with her about concerns on identity issues. I'm just scrolling through. And I've already read all of this to you guys before. I'm just showing you guys what I sent him. Brittany then asked me to endorse her. I told her I would have to do a full analysis of everything to do so. She told me she only wanted a statement of support, and I responded that I would be more than happy to review everything. In terms of, I just want him to understand, like, how did all this started? She literally asked me to endorse her, and look, you know what I mean? And I'm not gonna just like provide an open blanket statement endorsement. That's kind of like where I was coming from. So yeah, that is all that I sent him. That is all that I said. And yeah, that took a couple of emails with the issue as well with the sending. and I had also sent like the link to the playlist, the messages, video, the Google Drive folder with those messages I was attempting to send that didn't work and stuff in a different email. He never responded to any of this. So I cannot speak for him on what he thinks about it all, what his stance is. I can only tell you how this made me feel. And yeah, I feel as if he may be, like, I don't understand if the endorsement is true. I don't understand, like, why he endorsed her without looking into everything, or if he did look into everything before endorsing her, or if he just doesn't believe the allegations or what. I don't understand what the truth is with any of that. And that's not to put words into his mouth. That's to say that I don't know if he was aware of the issues and, you know, with the allegations and the court records that can prove with the illegal occupancy, especially, you know. I don't know if he just like didn't want to believe the allegations, like, so he just saw it as hate before, or if he didn't know before for sure, like the details or what. But now I know that I at least really did try to tell him, and I know that, you know, whatever he endorses going forward, I know he at least knows this much, or at least had access to the information. I don't know if he read it. I don't think he's watched my playlist, because the responses that I've received, not only with the timing not, in my opinion, match the time it would take to watch, you know, I'm not using the right words, read my mind, but also the responses, I feel like even if he disagree with me or don't like what I said, what it was said to me didn't feel like it was in alignment with someone that had looked at my videos and to see what I actually said, you know, is my opinion. But, and again, mind you guys, I have spoken to Brittany out of anger, and I have said things that are fucked up, and I told you guys, like, after those are in alignment with what I feel value alignment wise. But it's also one of those things where it's like, I can call my siblings and my family stupid idiot ass fucks, right? But if someone else comes by and just does that, then I'm gonna have words for them. Oh Lord. So this is such a conversation, isn't it? So here in the chat, what we have is from Druid Gorgorith. Are you Native American? Well, I have a question for you, Druid Gorgorith. Are you Native American? You know, so my dad is Native American. Wingapo, Justame, Nirka, Senakomaka, anyway, but I'm just a Descendian. And I am not in good standing. As y'all can tell, I don't think they agree with me, but I can't speak for them. That's just how I feel. I don't feel like they probably agree with me. So I don't feel like, I feel like they probably, I said nothing against you, just curious. Well, I'm just curious as well. Nothing against you either. Are you Native? So, fucking, but yeah, but anyway, so I saw another couple of new posts from the PNW Gym page that caught my eye. I figured we'd just take a quick look at those as well. And the reason I want to look at these because I think that, oh, he says, don't devalue myself for any other soul. Well, I appreciate that commentary. But these next two posts, I think, also will give you guys some insight as to, oh, Druid said something like that. Interesting response. What tribe? but this, I believe, will give you guys some insight to whenever I come at Brittany in a certain way, you know, it's because it also comes from seeing her respond not only to me but to others in a certain way for an extended period of time, that I then eventually became triggered to speak a certain way as well to her, which does not, mind you guys, again, excuse anything that you want to hold me accountable for. It's just an explanation to understand how I got here. Okay, mentally. So, but these next two clips that we're going to look at from Brittany, I think will kind of show you guys where the hostility kind of can come from in terms of that. So it is muted here, so we need to unmute that. I need to add some caption, but the button's not showing up yet, so I will work on that. But before we get to watching this video, we're going to do what I normally do. We're going to start with the side info, and then we'll get to the post itself. And so here we have from a commenter that not recognized, so it feels wrong to claim native when natives do not consider us one of them, if that makes any sense. It actually does. I've been talking a lot about identity, as well as the concept of whether or not you're a Descendian, or the concept of what does it mean to be indigenous, and things of that nature, and breaking that down into colonial versus community concepts. And so that's something I've been thinking a lot about, and I heavily do respect that you don't want to misrepresent another community, or that you're acknowledging ways that you're not impacted by the social issues they're impacted by. But also, you know, every tribe does have their own perspective. Like the videos I'm doing right now, they are about my thoughts on misrepresentation in community from Patawomeck identity. But they're also about how my tribal historian emeritus particularly believes, you know, like just because you seems to believe, in my opinion, from what I can tell, just because you have far distant ancestry doesn't negate your identity or your role, you know, as a member of the indigenous community as well. So I do know that every tribe has different beliefs on that related to our genocide. So some tribes are more stricter on that. Like if your family line is too far back, they may not want you included in certain issues. Or with our community, there's a specific lineage where one of our ancestors, he really was a descendant of a Native woman. However, he went and, or he's not all of our ancestors, but one of our relatives rather. Some people descend from him. He went and killed a bunch of indigenous community. He's partook in genocide. So now nobody from that lineage is claimed. Things like that, you know? So there will be like specific instances where they're like, okay, well, we don't fuck with that lineage now. But overall, they're like, from what I can tell, a lot of people in the community that I descend from, they don't look at the blood quantum shit. It's lineal descent is what matters, right? In terms of how they accept your identity or not. And yeah, for me, I think it's one thing to personally discuss your identity versus take resources from others as well. Because I know, like, if understanding your identity and understanding your family history in your own space, I think is a valid thing to discuss, versus when you're taking resources or speaking on a lived experience you don't have. So I think as long as you're being upfront about your lived experience, there's nothing wrong with discussing it. But that's just me. Everybody's different. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna get right back on into the topic for now. And yeah, but with Brittany, we're gonna read the we're gonna do the side info, the description of the comments, and then we'll watch the video per usual from PNW Gym. So here the description, it says, Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones openly shames a voter while claiming to be Native. And the comments here, it says, oh Brittany, you can make a point without calling someone out using foul language. You lost my vote. Do better without the unnecessary words. Someone else said, when someone speaks so much about being Native, yes, people ask, where is the proof? There is a lot of light-skinned natives. Shut up about how you look. It is how you carry yourself about everything. She does not listen to her elders talking to the way she does. Here's what I think. I think that if she's in conversation with Bill, I do believe that Bill does encourage her a lot. I don't know what he encourages her to, like, related. Like, I can't speak to the word for word, but I do believe that her identity comes from encouragement from Bill, to the extent that he told me he affirmed her to identify the Patawomeck. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. But I don't know. But I don't know if she's listening or in community with any other elder. I don't think she is, but I don't know for sure. But anyway. And someone else said, sweet heavens above, she needs a productive hobby. How about you grow up, support yourself and your family? Seriously. Additionally, the First Amendment allows all of us the freedom of speech. Somebody else said, Kesha said it best. Coming out your mouth like blah, blah, blah. Gotta be the language she uses. And gotta love the language she uses. And she thinks she would be a good governor? Someone else said, I was told just because my dad's mom is 100% native, it doesn't make me native. My dad's dad is not native as well. Is native as well. What the fuck is wrong with me? But I don't look native, so I am not native. They said, I'm sorry you were told that, but I understand what you're saying. Someone else said, my mom's mom was 100% native. I'm enrolled in Nisqually. My skin tone didn't get the memo, though. It happens. I'm part of our community. Our tribe is actually organizing and hosting Canoe Journey this year. I've said the same thing with my own family. Like, my little sister, she and I have a different mom, right? So her phenotypes came out different. She's got blonde hair and blue eyes. But we have the exact same dad. And people wouldn't, like, I get a lot of shit for people thinking I'm a white woman and not native looking enough. But eventually they'll believe that I'm my dad's kid, right? People take way more convincing when it comes to my little sister. It's crazy. But, what's funny is she looks just like my dad if my dad had blonde hair and blue eyes, too. But anyway, that's a different story because she's got our chin. You look at me, my twin, and my little sister. We all have the same chin. We all have the same nosy. We have very similar cheeky, and you know what I mean? But it's, yeah. Ah, shit, I muted myself. Wrong button. Anyway, so someone else said, thank you for bringing attention to this. She is not fit to be governor. Somebody else said, oh my god, she needs to prove her lineage and stop claiming. I have more native blood in my tribal card and my big toe than she does. Oh my god, she boils my blood. So yeah, so yes, the commentary can get problematic, but wrong button.
This is race.
Okay, so here's the post. It's got some overlay, but there's like a sticker with a thread of comments. So someone had told Brittany to get an education. And then that same person had also commented, Brittany, I haven't done anything. I'm white. I have a niece and a great-grandnephew, oh, not great-grandnephew, what the fuck, and a great-nephew who is indigenous. I'm white and I'm done nothing. What I have done is listen to indigenous people. That's all I've done. I'm a nothing, unlike you. I'm not a white person running for governor pretending my tiny bit of indigenous blood matters. Now, even if you want to get into rhetoric around how harmful this is with blood quantum and shit like that I agree with, right? Weaponizing blood quantum is bad. I think how people get there is the way she doesn't acknowledge her European ancestry, her white assimilation, and all of that, and acts as if just finding out means now she's only native, in a way. She kind of seems to come off that way, in my opinion, with a lot of her responses to people and how she acts. So a lot of people have a problem with her, and they end up saying some harmful shit because they're pissed at her. And I've even done that, like, because she really she's like, if you talk to her long enough and she's not trying to kiss your ass, she's really like, it's real easy to get pissed at her. If you know, you know. Anyway, so Brittany had responded to that. Our allies can stand with us, but your last sentence shows you're racist and colonizer thinking. Have a day colonizer. And that's how Brittany talks to people. And it's one thing if you're trying to educate people and then they just don't fucking listen, they gaslight you, and then you get there. But what I feel that I see from Brittany is there's no middle. She just gets there all the time. And I also understand how sometimes it's like, you know what, I'm not here to educate you. I'm here to bitch and just fuck you. But it's like when you're in the role of campaigning for governor, you can't do that, in my opinion. You can do that when it's just you being a social media person, because who gives a fuck if people support you, right? Bitch whatever you want to bitch. But if you're campaigning, that's not what's going to get the people on your side. So anyway, now let's see what Brittany actually said. My bad, y'all.
Racism. This.
Okay, my bad. We're going to redo that one more time because that was really loud for me. Some other clips we had watched were really quiet, so I had my audio mixer turned up a lot. I just turned it down a good bit. I'm going to start this from the beginning one more time. Apologies, but anyway, she's talking about this being racism.
Racism. This right here, she's not an ally. Expecting someone to look indigenous, expecting blood quantum, that's colonizer bullshit. Not only am I connected to my tribe and claimed by my family, but my family member endorses me for governor of Oregon. And he's the pro tem.
But right here where they said, he says in email that she isn't native but has descent. He never said she wasn't native. He just said that she was too far back to get enrolled, but that she was descent. So you know what I'm saying? So right there, they're tying, I guess, native identity to enrollment status, which, mind you guys, that is problematic as well. And a lot of native communities don't even have enrollment. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, so that's the colonizer concept applied. And it can matter in terms of if only enrolled natives can speak on lived experience of enrolled natives, you know? So if you're not enrolled, I don't think you should misrepresent that type shit. But it's like, when it comes to that, there is some semantics here where they deny like her indigeneity and things. And I think it's one thing if you want to talk about lived experience and community connection, but some of what they say there can obviously be pretty problematic. But anyway.
Historian of the Patawomeck Tribe, or Patawomeck Tribe. He was the tribal...
Lately, ever since I sent her that one voicemail where I was like, it's Patawomeck. She keeps saying Patawomeck or Patawomeck, and that bothers me as well. I don't know if I'm wrong about Patawomeck being a correct pronunciation, but to my knowledge, I don't think it is. I could be wrong. I can be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think it's Patawomeck. I don't think it's Patawomeck. I think it's just Patawomeck. Anyway, yeah.
Historian for over 23 years. I have marched for Aquia, MMIW. I have stood with my community on Indigenous Peoples Day.
And here's my thing, it's like, I know so many people who have participated in Indigenous activism. I wish she would stop using it, though, in her governor campaign and political campaigns, because it's like that, the way she uses it, it's as if we owe her something, or as if people should be grateful to her for something, or something like that, you know, when she speaks on it, or as if that means anything for her recognition, and I don't like that. That's not what marches and political activism should be about, in my opinion. I think that should be separate. You should just be doing it just to do it. I don't know, but I haven't fully processed it, but yeah, I get bothered.
I have protested at ICE. I have marched with my community. I have listened to my elders, and I have educated myself in my reconnection journey. That lady right there who claims that, oh, the retreat sheet goes on, has land acknowledgements. Okay, what have you done? And she said, nothing. I'm white. Just because you're white doesn't mean you can't stand with our community. Just because you're white doesn't mean you get to call me a white lady with a little bit of indigenous blood. I'm connected, bitch.
She is a white lady with just a little bit of indigenous ancestry, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, where she acts like that's not who she is, that's where people have a problem with her. Because that is a fact, and there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't, if you're connected to being indigenous, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that your ancestry. It wouldn't negate the other. But where she just says, I'm connected, bitch, like, to my knowledge, just getting your lineage verified alone is not just, okay, I'm connected now. And I've talked about members of my own community who I'm connected to, and I have, understood if, like, maybe I'm problematic with outwording, right? Misrepresenting connection. But I also think there's a difference when you're running for governor, when you're off of that identity, versus processing it in your own space, right? Also, there's a difference between speaking on your own personal community versus claiming an entire tribal community recognizes you. I don't know. But yeah. And then another post, where she acts as if she's not been colonially assimilated as well, kind of rubs me the wrong way. So, now she's just got this native live perspective, and she's not still, you know what I mean? So, yeah. And then we got one more here.
This time,
let's check the description first.
the rumors are true.
So we've already watched this video before, actually. We may not rewatch it, but basically, it says, Oregon Governor candidate Brittany Jones caught in more lies. She states she never dropped out of the presidential race. Yet this old video is found of her dropping out. People have asked her for taxes for her accomplished businesses. She was asked about her apparent seat she holds with the Democrats in District 50, yet she doesn't know the elected official is for District 50. Oregon needs a governor that is accountable, accomplished, honest, educated. Vote no to Brittany Jones. And then people have said someone take her to the train station. Almost sounds like she is inciting a civil war. They said she's been talking about like this for years. Okay, I guess we are gonna watch this. It says, someone said, what the fuck? Someone said, thank God. Someone said, laughing emojis, and then they put, when I saw that comment thread I about fell over. We all know she openly withdrew from the election. More laughing emojis, and then someone said, sucks people use social media instead of actual mental health. This non-white lady, totally native woman needs help, is what they put here. Okay, now let's look at the video. So it starts by showing where she dropped out of the presidential campaign previously. Let me turn on the caption for us.
If you've heard them, I am dropping out of the race. Not because I don't feel like you guys are not worth fighting for, but it's to the point where the collapse of the American government is going to happen.
So here we hear her saying that she's dropping out of the race, and the overlay says she states she never dropped out of the race.
No way around it. And I'm going to let the white people tear each other apart.
And I've already provided commentary on all of these statements before, so I'm not going to go at it again, but so you already know how I feel.
In the meantime, I'm going to be organizing groups and community spaces so that when it does fall, we can rise up and take it for ourselves before anybody else gets to, and we might have to stand up against the Heritage Foundation, but we will see.
So the overlay for this says, not wrong, not reported taxes on said businesses. It says BJ has started so many groups that have failed because she's finding ways to grift and support her donations to fund her daily life. I mean, I understand why people perceive her that way.
It's just not worth it fighting for people who are voting blue no matter who, or MAGA.
And voting blue no matter who, but meanwhile now she's voted registered Democrat. So here, there it shows 3 comments overlaid on top. And so one of them says, many believe I dropped out after TikTok illegally deleted my campaign account. And someone responded, I take it you didn't drop from the presidential race. And she responded, no, I did not. But meanwhile, we just saw in this video where she just said she was dropping out of the presidential race. So she posted a video about dropping out while making comments saying she didn't.
They're in a cult. They're completely brainwashed. They bully and belittle and attack anyone who wants to vote third party. They admit they are voting for evil, but refuse to see how that makes them.
So an overlay has said, who is she fighting for? Because she lies constantly. And then now the overlay says, what is a PLRC? I know what a PLC is, and you live in that district to be on the committee. You are based in a different district and county, so I'm confused by this. Did Ricky appoint you? I didn't see you on his list of committee members. She said it's a small committee for the
Evil.
It's a small committee that sets the platform for the Multnomah Democrats. I don't know if I said that right. I do not know who Ricky is. Robin was the chair, but she resigned, and now we don't have a chair. He said, how do you not know Ricky? He's the elected representative for District 50.
No matter how many times you educate them, more and more people are ready for a revolution in this country. We won't have to wait long for our chance. Once the government collapses, their laws are no longer enforceable.
So overlay, it says, inciting violence is the act of encouraging, urging, or providing individuals or groups or provoking individuals or groups to commit violence, unlawful acts against people or property. Okay, and so that is the second post there from PNW Jim. And that, my friends, is the new update that we have on Brittany Jones so far at this time. So, yeah. What I'm doing now is pulling up a little bit of music, because what we are about to do, mind you guys, is I'm going to take a break, and then whenever we come back, we are going to basically go into, oh shit, I'm looking for a playlist of mine. So I'm going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to go into some of the coverage about the Patawomeck land rights in the air right now, and review all of that, some sources I have on that, and everything, some other thoughts. I'm going to go start dinner and just take a little break and then come back, and I might need to take another break as dinner is cooking during that, or I might be able to finish, I don't know. But we're just gonna kind of like, I'm gonna take an extended little break, and then we're gonna continue everything. Let's see, where is my playlist? Okay, so, oopsie, wrong button, it automatically starts playing. I think that we left off on this one, but I'm not entirely sure. So basically, I'm going to start this visualizer here. We're going to start going on break. I'm going to be back whenever I'm back, and then we will continue. So yeah, thank you for joining me today, and I appreciate you guys. literally still cooking dinner, but I wanted to basically oh my god. So for Jules, it's saying win for me instead of wingapo, which I think is really weird. But then let's see, because I know that Jules typed wingapo, but then this thing is showing win unless I hover over it. That is crazy. Stop with this. It should just say wingapo. That's just racist. At first, I really did think that Jules said window. I thought Jules was a moderator. Is that your other account? Oh no, we're gonna make you a moderator here too. Okay, so at first I thought Jules was saying win, and I was like, let me tell you when. But you know what? I don't know if you can hear in the background. I got chicken cooking, so I'm about to leave in a minute to get that started. Well, it started, but to continue cooking the chicken, we're going to continue to break. But before I do, I figured I'd just take this moment to tell you guys about the Patawomeck Halloween Festival. So there's a Halloween festival with the Patawomeck Tribe. It's in Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's going to be October 24th, 2026. There's a Facebook event. So go check that out, alright? There's going to be trick-or-treating, vendors, crafters, moon bounce, laser tag. The fuck? Laser tag in a Halloween costume? Hell yeah. That sounds fun as shit. If you don't want to do that, fuck you. I'm just kidding. But seriously, like, what? There's going to be music, food, you know, like everything. Costume contest. So y'all, you know, go do your thing. Go support this. I wish I could go, but I cannot. Or at least at this time, I don't think I can. But yeah, so the Patawomeck Halloween Festival is linked, I think, in the description of this video. It should be. So y'all check that out. For the Facebook page is linked. If y'all want to RSVP, if you're near the area, go to check that out. And you know what I mean? So yeah. So I'm going to continue my break because you might hear my timer go off in a minute. But I need to go continue cooking the chicken. I am going to continue my break real quick. And then I'm going to be right back. And we are going to get into some of the rest of the coverage while my dinner cooks more after that. So yeah. So just give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. And I will be back as soon as possible. And I appreciate you guys. Okay, I'm assuming that I'll be going on some more breaks throughout this journey, but we're gonna go ahead and get started. So we had just went over the Halloween party situation, and so fucking there is, oopsie, wrong button. That is, well, the Patawomeck Halloween Festival. I linked that in the description of this video. So next up, what I want to get to is where this Patawomeck Stafford County Board of Supervisors post image came from. Wrong button again. So the Stafford County Board of Supervisors meeting will be held on May 19th, 2026 at 5 p.m. This is for public comment and to vote on the Patawomeck Band Memorial Park, Medicine Wheel. Please come out and support this vote. This is from the Patawomeck Museum and Cultural Center Facebook page. And that's where I've been showing this post from. And so today I want to show you guys all of that and kind of get into more information. So we posted about the background about this. So if you don't know, check out one video I did on this was called Proximity Wars, Helen Roundtree with White Supremacist Racist to Senacomaca. And I've heard Senacomaca and Senacomaca, so you've heard me say it both ways. I don't really know what comes out of my mouth sometimes. And I could be incorrect either way, but that's what, Native Americans just post. As well as our Patawomeck natives still here today. Rick McGregor owes a lot of people $10,000 each. I consider those part 1 and part 2. In another video, I also did mention it, and I feel like that's kind of like a 2.5 rather, or like a side tangent related, but not necessarily new information, if that makes sense, versus like part 1, part 2, and now this one that I'm calling part 3 that you're watching today is going to be giving you more information, in my opinion, on this situation with, or at least something new that I haven't covered yet, rather. Maybe you already know it, I don't know. On the situation related to the vote. So, if you don't know, basically, previously the county board of supervisors had voted that they wanted to take away from the park, the land, from the Patawomeck Tribe. And they were arguing that the Patawomeck Tribe basically were frauds pretending to be white in an article published. And I'm talking about lumping together a group of people, not only the Board of Supervisors, but also people who spoke at the meeting. Jerry Lynn McGregor, Rick McGregor, and they were citing Helen Roundtree as well. And they were saying that my dad is not Native American, that my dad's family, that my dad's lineage, that us Descendians and all of that, that we are white, incorrectly claiming to be Native American. And you know what I mean? And that they're saying that my dad is a fraud, and that my dad's a fraud. So yeah. So let's get into all of that. So yeah. Let's see. So from PatawomeckLocal.com, we have an article called Stafford Residents Spar Over Patawomeck Tribe Recognition and Documentation. I thought there was more on here. Why did I think there was more here? Oh, okay. Now it's saying that we can't do that because it's for locals. I wonder if we can find it anyway. Let's see. Apologies. I don't know why I thought we already had access to this source. Otherwise, I would have prepped this for you. I will timestamp this, guys. Thanks for joining me. Marco. So, let's see here. Aha. Didn't check this code. Let's scroll up. Where is it at? Because if it's going this far, there's a reason. I guess that's misleading. Usually when it goes out that far, there's code that, oh, here it is. It's up here. Okay. Alright, that's it right there. Okay. So sometimes in the back-end source code, even when there is a block, we'll still be able to get what the components of the article are. So that's why I checked there first, because it's real nice when that is the case, because then we can still get access to the full article. But what I'm gonna do in the meantime, we're gonna go to our little friend called TLDS, TLDR This, I cannot speak, something like that, .com. We're gonna go to summarize now, it's free. We're gonna put in the link to this article. We're gonna add a URL, put that in, and click summarize this, and that will give you the TLDRthis.com summary of this article that is locked behind a paywall or membership. I don't know if it's paid, but it's definitely a membership that I am not doing. Let's see if that gives us this information. It has worked previously for paywalls. Thoughts and prayers. I clicked the summarize this button. I don't know if it's like loading. I might try refreshing it. I'm gonna try refreshing it. And let's go one more time. I feel like nothing happened there. Okay. Now it's going. Potentially. Okay. Let's see if it'll give us a response. Oh damn, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Let's see if we can find a different one. Okay. So, I mean, fuck this shit, but Gemini says, when I asked Gemini to summarize it, it says, this April 15th, 2026 article from the Patawomeck Local News details a heated debate among Stafford County residents regarding the official recognition and historical documentation of the Patawomeck Indian tribe. The core of the conflict centers on the following points: recognition and identity. The article highlights the divide between those who support the tribe's historical presence and formal recognition and those who challenge the validity of certain genealogical and historical documentation used to support those claims. The Stafford Board of Supervisors. Much of this sparring occurred within the context of local government meetings. Residents used public comment periods to voice concerns or support for how the county acknowledges the tribe's heritage and its role in local history. Documentation disputes. Critics of the current recognition status raised questions about the accuracy of historical records, while tribal supporters and members emphasized their long-standing ancestral ties to the Patawomeck. Hold on, excuse me. Let's put this here. There we go. Yeah. While tribal supporters and members emphasized their long-standing ancestral ties to the Stafford and Patawomeck River regions, citing the tri-state recognition granted by Virginia in 2010. Cultural impact. The debate reflects a broader tension over how local history is preserved and which groups are officially sanctioned as part of the community's historical narrative. Ultimately, the article portrays a community grappling with the complexities of Indigenous heritage, the weight of historical proof, and the political implications of official recognition at the county level. and that comes from some Gemini Google bullshit because I don't have a membership to this actual article. Cool? Cool. But that's the Gemini interpretation of this Patawomeck local thing, or whatever. And I'll try to remember to link the TLDR This thing and the Gemini thing later. Alrighty, moving on. Next up, we've got another article here called, let's put this up here, and we'll just put, apologies, we're doing this all over again. Stay tuned. Alright, here we go. So, here we have from Fredericksburg's Free Press. Stafford supervisors reconsider leasing the county land to the Patawomeck Tribe. And this is from Jonathan Hunley, January 21st, 2026. It says, Stafford's Board of Supervisors agreed Tuesday night to reconsider leasing county-owned land to the Patawomeck Indian Tribe, but tension between the tribe officials and two local historians remains high. The supervisors voted 4-3 to advertise a public hearing about leasing 6.5 acres near, Aquia? Aquia Landing Park to the tribe. After the hearing is held, the supervisors will take a separate vote on the lease itself. The tribe leased the land from March 17, 2025 until March 17th of last year, with the idea that it would be a site honoring Stafford's first residents. But when supervisors in May talked about renewing the lease, the discussion turned to one about the legitimacy of the Patawomeck and issued a Free Press investigative podcast, The Tribe Explores. Two Stafford historians claims the group is really just a collection of white people inaccurately claiming indigenous heritage and connection to a tribe wiped out in the 1600s. So, mind you guys, these are historians calling my father white. Pictured above. Yeah. So, do with that what you will. Anyway. But the fact that they keep saying that we were wiped out in the 1600s and we keep saying they're trying to claim that but we aren't, doesn't that back up what we're saying? Anyway, then it says, I was reading those emails about what I said so long that I defaulted to that anyway. Then the article says, then in November, the board voted not to renew a lease with the tribe. But the decision came with a caveat. The matter could be brought up again if more origin information was disclosed by the Patawomeck. Now, I have a thought on this, not to renew a lease with the tribe. We're going to come back to that in a minute. We're going to finish this article first, though. And in regards to origin information, etc., documentation, etc., check my first two videos on this and the sources and everything like that linked in the description of the video, as well as what I show in the video in terms of a lot of the documentation about us. Apologies. Anyway, it says it's not clear whether that happened, but the issue came up Tuesday because board chairman Deontay Diggs asked for it to be added to the agenda. Stafford government spokesman Andrew Spence said, Diggs represents the George Washington district where the tribe is based. The chairman voted with why am I saying George again? The fuck? With board vice chairman Maya Guy and supervisors Keisha Evans, I'm so sorry if I'm saying anybody's names wrong, I'm assuming I probably am, and Daryl English to advertise the public hearing. Supervisors, Crystal Vanich, shit, yep, definitely can't say that one. Crystal V, Pamela Young, and Tanisha Allen, so sorry, and voted against the move. Discussion among the supervisors focused not so much on the tribe status as on whether Stafford should lease land to an outside organization or keep it to perhaps be used for a county-regulated park. I know we have the park strategic plan that we're trying to expand, and I'm not saying that the tribe isn't good neighbors or good stewards of the project, Alan said, but I feel like we need to start taking control of more of our land so that we can start initiating projects. So here, Alan is saying our land, not the tribe. That's against tribal sovereignty in my opinion. So we can see where this person stands on the land back movement and tribal sovereignty based on this statement alone. Because what the fuck do you mean that the tribe shouldn't have their own land? The fuck are you talking about? Whose land is it if not the tribe's? What do you mean our land? It's the tribe's land. You're a settler. You came illegally. Just saying. Whether or not, technically, whether or not it was your fault is a different story. But technically, right? Like, that's just... Because if you're not native, then... But... So... And who is someone who is not indigenous to decide whether or not an indigenous community is a good steward or not of indigenous land? I don't... There's just so much problematic shit here. And so what do you mean that we need to control, that the government needs to control more of the land than the tribes? That is so problematic in my opinion. And that is why I complain a lot of people who claim they're socialist, who claim they're progressive, who claim they're pro-human rights, are often against tribal sovereignty. And to me, it's like, okay, well, you're not really pro-human rights now, are you? Right? Like, holy fuck. Anyway, I just have so many opinions about this. But I'm going to try to get off of this because we need to continue. We've been here all day. I'm not cooking dinner. Whew, and I want to come back to this other comment. Where are you, Marco? Renewing the lease with the tribe. I want to come back to that. Alright, so. Alright, so. It says, Diggs, however, for the second time at a supervisor's meeting, claimed that criticism of the tribe is racist. You know what? I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for speaking up, Diggs. I dig that. So, sorry. Alright, anyway, it says, before we can even get to this conversation, we have another thing going on in the background. While I find the whole topic to be inappropriate, part of it's uneducated, part of it comes across as just racist and just disgusting tropes, he said. Outside the meeting and after the vote, fuck these people, Rick and Jerry Lynn McGregor, the historians who maintain the tribe was illegitimate, they're racist pieces of shit, mind you guys, were incensed about the supervisor's action. Jerry Lynn McGregor said the supervisors don't care, the Patawomeck officials are telling the truth. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't think Jerry Lynn McGregor cares about the truth at all because they owe me $10,000 fucking dollars. They can't prove any of my documentation is wrong. I have my sources linked. They cannot prove to me that my father is not Native American. I have my sources linked, oh, that's the wrong one. My sources linked in my description of my videos. Honestly, I just think it's really racist and really fucked up on their part. Anyway, but Jerry Lynn McGregor said that's what's so frustrating. The folks in here simply don't care. Acting as if you as a colonizer care more about Native identity than Native Americans is just wild to me. That comes off as quite white supremacist in my opinion. But anyway, the McGregor's claims are based on what they say is a lack of historical records. There's so many fucking historical records. I've already been over it. Please watch parts 1 and 2. They contend that nothing exists in writing to confirm the tribe's history after the 1600s because they denied our census records, historical records, the Racial Integrity Act, etc. impact us, but it does, and that Virginia General Assembly, cannot speak, I'm so pissed, didn't have proper records when it voted to give the modern-day Patawomeck official state recognition. The records don't exist, Rick McGregor said, and we've already shown that they do exist. These people are just pieces of shit, in my opinion. Like, the goalpost is always moving with them. What fucking record? What other records do they need to see? No matter how many records you show them, they act like it doesn't exist, but it fucking does. They just suck ass, in my opinion. Because, you know what I mean? If they said if they did exist, they could produce them and they could shut us up. Have they not looked at my playlist on them? Or are they just invalidating me entirely? Right? Which one is that? Are you fucking kidding me? Or are you just, that's just a piece of shit to be like what? They should shut the fuck up and pay us $10,000 each, bitches. They just don't want to admit how much money they owe us. Anyway, because they promised to give $10,000 to those who could prove it. We've proven it. So then they owe us $10,000 each, right? But they don't want to do that, do they? Check my videos for what I'm talking about when I talked about that. Anyway, then the article says the tribe, on the other hand, has said it has released several documents showing the group's lineage. Because we have. To boost their position, the McGregors on Tuesday gave the supervisors a package of official records that shows Patawomeck Chief Charles Bootsy Bullock is a Native American, and the historians say they'll continue submitting documents. But you know what's fucking wild? If I click through, and y'all know I already did William Deyo. I could do Charles too. I didn't prep that for this live stream because I didn't read this in advance. But you know what? But fuck it, man. Like every single one of these fucking bitches, when you click through their family search profiles for their ancestors, you find the Native American ancestors documented for them. So for them to act like, oh, the Native American ancestry isn't there when the Native American ancestors are documented is so fucking racist. Mind you guys, that's just paper genocide. That's just eugenics right there. And the documentation does exist. So to deny the documentation is valid is just fucking crazy. Anyway. And then Jerry Lynn McGregor said we can do this for months. That sounds like a lot of hatred and a lot of discrimination in my opinion. A few seconds later, the McGregors came face to face with Charlie Payne, a prominent lawyer in the Fredericksburg area who's a member of the tribe and who represents their organization. Hell yeah, be a pain in the ass. Anyway, your daddy, Togi, was never an Indian, Rick McGregor said to Payne, whose late father, Charles Togi Payne, was a county supervisor. He knew that and you know it. I don't know about all of that, Charlie Payne responded, and I'm not going to make that statement publicly. Charlie Payne is probably over there like, I'm not about to say or do anything that's going to get me in trouble with State Board of Ethics at this time. But catch me in the afterlife, bitch. I'm just kidding. I cannot speak for Charlie Payne. But anyway, fucking... that shit pisses me off. I actually don't know who the fuck Charlie Payne is, so I kind of wish I had more to say on that. But you know what? Fuck you. Disrespecting who the tribe verifies as members of the tribe is just so disrespectful in my opinion. But anyway, and it's one thing, you know, as I've said before, to have commentary on specific things someone's done and be like that's some pretendian ass shit without necessarily technically invalidating their indigeneity, right? Versus actually acting like someone's not a descendant whenever they are. Hey, fuck you, man. And it's one thing, you know, if in the heat of a discussion, because they're trying to race shift, in my opinion, you want to basically remind someone that they were raised assimilated white and don't have a lived experience on being indigenous or some shit, even if they are Descendian, then I understand how some fucked up shit may or may not come out. But as long as in the overall context of things you're acknowledging and addressing all the facts, that's totally different, I think, when your family members, even if distant relatives, in the heat of the moment arguing about things. Like, you know what I'm saying? I also feel like there's, you know what I mean, when it's like cousins or siblings basically being like, fuck you, you fucking asshole, and then someone else comes along is like, fuck you, you fucking asshole, and you're like, hey, that's my fucking asshole, fuck you, you know what I mean, type shit. I don't know, unless they actually did something that you think they should be held accountable, then you're like, you know what, yeah, fuck them, they're being an asshole. I don't know. Okay, but back to this article. Then the McGregors continued. Rick McGregor said no pertinent records were turned over to the General Assembly. So are they saying, admitting that records were turned over, they're just claiming they're not pertinent and therefore disregarding and being anti-indigenous? Or are they just letting us know nothing was submitted? Which is that? I don't know. But Rick says, so I don't understand this, Charlie. I don't understand. McGregor said, you're probably a distant cousin of mine. My great-great-grandmother was a Payne. First of all, a lot of fucking Native Americans are mixed. But a lot of Patamocks and a lot of Powhatans are mixed. And a lot of us have ancestors from mixed ancestry. And there's a lot of Powhatans who have far distant mixed ancestry. They're actually way more Native American than they are European, you know, that exists. But you'll still notice a lot of English last names or European last names in Powhatan community, right? Because we have that ancestry too. That doesn't mean the Native American ancestry ain't there, that the tribe isn't valid. And I think it's extremely racist to invalidate the tribe based on that. And related to the pain concept, yes, you may have the same last name. So yes, there is a chance that you could be related. But there's also a chance that you may not be. For example, my dad is a Carney, right? And yeah, there's a lot of Carneys from Ireland, but his Carney line goes back to Scotland. And there's actually a lot of people, you know, that with the last name Carney, they're from completely different Carney lineages. They do not have the same ancestors documented as me because of how many different Carneys there are. The same with like the Smith. On my mom's side, there's a Smith ancestry. There's so many other Smiths, and they are not related to us. So it is possible as well for you guys to not have any common ancestry, even if you have like a similar shared last name. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, but then McGregor called the tribe's assistance a fraud. I think that they're just white supremacist piece of shit. And he said, and that's all that it is. He said, that's a strong word, guys, Payne said. It is a strong word, McGregor said. I'm not here to debate it, Payne said. I like you guys, you're good people. I'm not here to debate it. I don't think they're good people, and I don't like them. McGregor said, I'm not against anybody. I'm against a fraud. But how could Payne say that, even though McGregor's talking shit about his family like that, right? But anyway, the rest of the article says incentive grants. Based on an issue that's less controversial, the supervisors voted unanimously to give incentive grants of $250,000 each to Longhorn Steakhouse and Olive Garden, restaurant chains that want to come to Stafford. That's hilarious. So controversial is giving land back to Native American tribes, but not controversial is giving a bunch of money for major corporations to come use your land. Okay, I see exactly how it is, but that's not colonial at all. No racism here. Got it. Yippee. Anyway, the rest of it says the grants would give each eatery a 35% meals tax reimbursement for a period of 3 years, up to $250,000. The restaurants, who have the same corporate owner, would provide the equivalent of 85 full-time jobs in Stafford, $7 million in capital investment, and about $500,000 in annual local and state tax revenue, according to county documents prepared for Tuesday's meeting. The reimbursement grants would be issued only if the restaurant met those requirements. Karen Fox, who lives in the county's Hartwood district, said during public comment time at Tuesday's meetings that she supported issuance of the grant. But she said that when trying to land new businesses, Stafford's government should aim higher than entry-level steakhouses and Americanized Italian food. We need development that complements our community, supports our local businesses, and gives people a reason to come here, not just pass through, Fox said. Raise the bar, create a destination, build something worthy of Stafford and its people. But I guess Native American Medicine Wheel Park ain't that, huh? Joel said, oh well. Right, yeah, they can suck my fucking dick. Nah, you're hidden because of this. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, fucking back to a point I had earlier about the renting, did I say renting the land? About the, Marca, where is it? Let's see. About renewing the lease. Is that like the same thing? So y'all know what's interesting about that aspect, right? If you check the bill, HR 4750, Patawomeck Indian Tribe, Virginia Federal Recognition Act. They're also asking, upon request of the tribe, that they may take certain land into trust for benefit of the tribe. And, oh, okay, Joel says that Joel's was delayed. Alright, cool. And so, my whole thing with that is that fucking, and when you read the document itself, where is it? It's like zoomed in, but I feel like if I remember correctly, if you click around long enough, you can figure it out, and there's like the full document in here, if I can remember correctly. I thought I had the whole thing in here. I don't know why I did, but anyway. So I just think it's interesting because part of the bill is basically saying that the Patawomeck land can ask for any land within their use, within that they are renting or currently owning, to be a part of their reservation if they do get federal recognition. I believe is what they can do. If I am not mistaken, I could be wrong about that, right? But if that's true, isn't that quite interesting that they're trying to vote to not renew the lease with the tribe, and how they're trying to discredit the tribe at the time of recognition submitted? Isn't that quite interesting? And how instead they're discussing what they want to do with it is shell it out to corporations. Isn't that quite interesting, you guys? And they're calling my father not Native American. They're saying he's too white. Wow, just wow. So anyway, so Patawomeck Tribe has a page about the road to recognition that I kind of wanted to go over as well. So it talks about federal recognition being underway, sponsored by Rob Whitman. Let's see. Then it also mentions state recognition. There's a quote here. It says, due to the relentless efforts of its leaders, tribe members and local Stafford resident and Virginia Speaker of the House, Bill Howell, their request was presented to the General Assembly in February of 2010. Las Vegas entertainer and Patawomeck Indian, Wayne Newton, who lived with his grandparents in Stafford as a young boy, returned to Virginia to plead their case. The tribe was successful, and both the House and Senate recognized the Patawomeck Indians as a tribe of Virginia. This is from the Stafford County Museum, 2010. From here, we have another segment. After 16 years of hard work, the Patawomeck Indians of Virginia were finally granted formal recognition by the Commonwealth of Virginia. Speaker of the House of Delegates, Bill Howell, introduced House Joint Resolution 150 in January 2010 to grant formal recognition to the Patawomecks. It was not an easy fight, and opposition developed to our recognition. However, the joint resolution was passed by both chamber of the General Assembly without a single no vote cast against us. Okay, guys, I am going to take a little breaky break, and then we're going to be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Apologies, I appreciate you, but I will be back again whenever I am back again. Okay, back again for now. I'm about to hop away in a minute. I'm gonna have to probably take more breaks. But where we were at was the Patawomeck Road to Recognition. So in this document, there's we were talking about. I had just read about the federal recognition and state recognition. There's also an official resolution presentation for the state recognition. For that presentation, on Sunday, June 6, 2010, Virginia State Delegate William Howell attended the monthly council meeting to present to the council the official resolution granting the Patawomeck Indian state recognition. The resolution can be seen on display at the Patawomeck Tribal Center. Alright, and then we also have some other museum dedications and other things like that up here. The Eelpot Preservation Award, Historic Preservation Award, and other things like that, acknowledgments of Patawomeck heritage throughout the years, published up here. So yeah, and then after that here, we've got this article from fxbgadvance.com, whatever the fuck that is, I don't know. Stafford supervisors to hold public hearing on lease with Patawomeck Indians for Aquia property. The lease renewal became tied up last year with questions about the tribe's legitimacy. On Tuesday, Chair Deontay Diggs said he finds the issue inappropriate and outside the board's purview. And it's by Adele Uphouse. And I appreciate Deontay Diggs for that. The article says, the Stafford Board of Supervisors on Tuesday voted to authorize a public hearing on a new lease with the Patawomeck Indian Tribe. I got distracted. Of Virginia for 6.5 acres of county-owned land in the Aquia district. The tribe had rented the parcel from the county since March of 2015 for $10 with the goal of establishing a monument or a memorial to Stafford's first citizens, according to a May 2025 report by county staff. In the past 10 years, the tribe constructed a driveway and partial parking area on the site, laid out trails leading from the parking area to the monument, installed tables, benches, and waste receptacles, and maintained a Civil War battery that exists on the site, according to the May staff report. The original lease expired. Excuse me. So what I'm going to do real quick is just turn something off. Hold on. 2 shakes of a man's smell. Okay, I'm just going to need to check something soon in a minute. But, yeah, okay. Next time I'm going to take a break, but we're good for now. So, the original lease expired in March of 2025. Supervisors in May held a public hearing on a new 10-year lease with the tribe, but in a 4-3 vote decided not to extend the lease unless the tribe provided further documentation of its legitimacy. The Patawomeck Tribe received state recognition in 2010 through a resolution adopted by Virginia General Assembly. The tribe does not have federal recognition, but Representative Eugene Vindman has introduced a bill that would extend that recognition. But in recent years, 2 Stafford residents, Rick and Jerry Lynn McGregor, have questioned the existence of documentation proving that today's tribe members can trace their history back to those who lived in the White Oak area of the county in the 1600s. Yeah, they think that my dad is not native, but they're pieces of shit in my opinion. During public comments at Tuesday's meeting, Jerry Lynn McGregor told supervisors that the Patawomecks are not real. They are an undocumented group of white people pretending to be Indians. That's what they say about my father. Then they say, last year, you voted to make a lease contingent upon their presenting to you the records they told the General Assembly they had. You have every right to see those records, but you'll be waiting a very long time because they don't exist. And mind you guys, I do not know what records you're talking about, but I've shown you guys in parts 1 and parts 2 a bunch of records that I have on this. And so I'm over here pissed about this because to me it's like there's so many records, you know what I mean? But anyway, and they do exist. So are you just invalidating the ones that exist, or are you just ignorant? I don't know. But anyway, and if you are ignorant, then you shouldn't be speaking on this. And if you're validating the ones that exist, then maybe you're just a white supremacist. Okay, so then McGregor said that she would begin submitting to the public records of thousands of documents that prove the White Oak families now pretending to be Indians are white and always have been. That's what they call my father. Look at that. We'll begin with the lineage of Bootsy Bullock, the current chief. And mind you guys, they are people who have not only some of the same ancestors as my father, but also there are people who can prove that their ancestors never left the area and they maintain the cultural connection with the community and the land. So it's really fucked up for them to be saying this shit, in my opinion. But anyway, we're gonna keep reading. It says they said that they have birth, marriage, death, draft, and census records proving their ancestors to be right back to 1807. And mind you guys, when you take into account not only the Racial Integrity Act, but you also take into account the history with, we're talking about things like Walter Plecker there, but you take into account what went down with people like Nathaniel Bacon and everything in between, I feel like that's real fucked up to throw in someone's face, and particularly if they are mixed descent as well, and they may be socially perceived as white. There's nothing, I feel like that's just extremely, I don't know, problematic. But we're gonna continue. It says some of his ancestors held elevated positions as early as the 1600s. She continued. How can he be of Indian if he's been white since this colony was founded? So there you go. So they're saying, so since the colony was founded, by that time period, their Native American ancestors had intermarried with Europeans, and after the 1666 genocide, where we only survived through people who intermarried with European, a lot of it through forced rape and through slavery and trafficking. And then they were forced to be identified as white. And they're throwing that into our face, saying, oh, because that happened to you, now you are just white and no longer Native. But I contend maybe you're just a racist piece of shit, in my opinion. Alrighty, continuing on. The article says, supervisors discussed the lease again in November. At that time, staff said they had received no further documentation from the tribe, but that vote in May left the Aquia property in a limbo state. Staff proposed two options. Renewal of the 10-year lease with the tribe to maintain and insure the land, but with a reduced scope which would not include an internment site as originally proposed, which is still really fucked up. Or returning the property back to the county at an annual maintenance cost of $4,500 per year. How about you just support land back and you stop being racist? Anyway. And then it says supervisors chose the second option with the understanding that if additional information or documentation was received, staff would bring back the matter back to the board for direction. The matter came back this week. Chris Edwards, the county's chief operation officer, said the tribe would still like to enter into an agreement so they can continue ongoing maintenance. During public comments on Tuesday, Charlie Payne, attorney for the Patawomeck Tribe, appeared to reference McGregor's comments when he asked, can we just calm the rhetoric down a bit? Let's talk about the reality of who the Patawomeck Indians are, he said. They are positive, wonderful citizens. They love Stafford County. Their mission is to celebrate and preserve the history of the tribe and the county. He said the tribe has been studied and analyzed and reviewed by the foremost experts and anthropologists in the county and the Commonwealth for close to 100 years, but that the board's consideration of the lease should not include questions of recognition, which were decided by the General Assembly in 2010. This is about an ongoing partnership with this great colony, not about personal attacks, Payne said. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's about coming together as a community, and that's the way it should be evaluated. The board's attorney, Rashida McClendon, said the lease could be negotiated with a termination clause should the board want to take back the site for county use. I still think that's racist. Anyway, if you believe in termination clauses for the rightful owners to maintain property possession, then shouldn't tribes should just have ownership of land rights, huh? Anyway. But supervisors Maya Guy, Aquia representative and vice chair Daryl English, Hartwood, and Kesha Evans, Falmouth, joined Chair Deontay Diggs, George Washington representative, in supporting the motion to authorize a public hearing on a new lease. All right. Supervisors Tanisha Allen, Griffin, Widewater, Crystal Bennett, sorry, I can't say that shit, and Pamela Young, Garrisonville, voted against the motion. Yeah, fuck you guys too. Saying that they want to see the county maintain control of the site. Yeah, that's not colonial at all. It is, in my opinion, actually, but okay. Anyway, it says the legitimacy of the tribe, that's never been my thing, Allen said. It's been about keeping our public lands in Stafford. That's even more fucked up. Just blatantly admitting you don't give a fuck about tribal sovereignty. Got it. Anyway, Young also said this is about land, but addressed a documentation issue when she noted that the land claims require proof. Maybe you're just fucking racist. That's like, if So I don't know. Young sounds like someone of Asian descent, right? Maybe I'm mistaken, but I know people with that last name often are Asian descent, for example, right? So say this person was Asian, for example, and then they moved to America and now they're representing Virginia. Well, say we asked you to prove that you had Asian heritage and you showed us your family's records proving whenever your family came from Asia to here. And let's say, I don't know when the fuck that happened, but let's say it was one generation ago, your family came from Asia to here, for example. And now we're like, and you're showing us their passports or whatever, not passports. Well, maybe you have a passport now, or maybe they do now, but that's not what the fuck I mean. But like their immigration records is what I'm trying to say. I'm out of it. I meant to say like their green card or some shit. But say like they're showing their documentation for their immigration, and they're like, see, we really came from Asia. And people are like, you're not Asian, you're lying about being from Asia, you're an Asian fraud, you don't have enough documentation, your documentation requires proof. That's how you fucking sound to me. Anyway, then after that it says, English said tribe members are good people doing good things for the county. I support the lease with them, and I'm sure they will want to work with us to negotiate a lease that suits all parties, he said. Diggs stated frankly that he finds the documentation issue to be inappropriate. Parts of it are undereducated, parts come across as just racist and disgusting tropes, he said. I, along with at least 3 of my colleagues, have sat with experts who are renowned, who have looked at the tribe, apologies, my food is going off, but whatever, who have looked at the tribe and explained to us why some of the things we're asking for and the way we're asking for them as a board isn't correct. We're not in the business of stating whether the tribe are Indians or not Indians, but I've talked with the experts and have acknowledged that they are, based on their research, Diggs continued. Just ignore that, so sorry. So I'm going to go with that, but at the end of the day, they are a nonprofit, and the next question I have is, have they been good partners of the county? And mind you guys, many tribes began their, in their recognition journey, operate as nonprofits as well. That's pretty common. Okay, but anyway, the rest of this article, says, Edward said the tribe have made improvements to their property and abided by the terms of the lease. So then I don't understand the problems, Diggs said. I'm just going to say that I'm supporting the lease property to them and I appreciate the partnership. And then it says Charlie Payne is an advisor to the advance. Okay. Alright guys. What I'm going to do, wrong button. What I'm going to do now is go check on my dinner and shit. I'm going to be back in 2 more shakes of a lamb's tail. And then we have 2 more things to look at here related to all of the land back issue for the Patawomeck Tribe. And we'll wrap up the stream after that. So thank you for joining me. I will be right back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. We just finished reading this article from FGXBG Advanced, whatever the fuck it is, about Stafford Supervisors holding the public hearing. So next up, I wanted to show you guys a 2025 report on the status of Virginia Indian tribes, and we're going to talk about just where the Patawomeck Tribe is mentioned. It says here that the Commonwealth recognizes 11 Virginia Indian tribes, including the Patawomeck Tribe, and it lists the others as well as our 7 federally recognized tribal nations, which I'm not going to go into right now just because I'm trying to, hammer it down here. But also, under federal affairs, in this report from 2025, it discusses here that the Patawomeck Indian Tribe is seeking federal recognition via legislation carried by Congressman Eugene Vindman. So, just putting all of that out there as well. So you guys can see here, we are discussed and acknowledged by these by the Commonwealth of Virginia here. Okay, so next up, we are going to look here at this article. It says a Virginia tribe says racism wiped their native identity from historic records. Nearly a century later, they're still fighting for recognition. So here it says the Brad Hatch takes pride. I think I may have read this before in a different video, but I just want to reread it again in relation to everything, right? It says Brad Hatch takes pride in his right as Patawomeck Indian Tribe master eel pot maker. When Hatch works to weave split white oak into baskets used to capture the slippery creatures, he's helping preserve a craft that has been passed down for generations. The tribe, he told CNN, is the only one in Virginia that still makes eel pots. Eel pots represent the deep historical link that we have with the waterways of our homeland and the land. It's a representation of our community and culture and how we've been able to adapt and succeed and survive over time. The Patawomeck Indian Tribe has been fighting to gain federal recognition from the United States government for more than a decade. Hatch said the designation is critical to preserving the tribe's cultural traditions like eel pot making. While the tribe received recognition from the Commonwealth of Virginia in 2010, Hatch said federal recognition would give them authority over their ancestral land and access to additional resources offered by the government to federally recognized tribes. But the tribe's fight for recognition has been met with numerous challenges, including a nearly century-old racist state law that experts say all but erased many of Virginia's state Native Americans from historical records and is now hampering current-day efforts to meet criteria for federal recognition. Hatch, who is a member of the Patawomeck Tribal Council, said the tribe has more than 2,500 enrolled members across Virginia's Stafford and King George counties. Nobody discovered us because we were here already, Hatch said, but now their challenge is to prove that to the federal government. The power of federal recognition. The Patawomeck Tribe's traditional homeland is located near the Patawomeck Creek in the eastern part of Virginia's Stafford County and western part of King George County. The tribe has occupied the land for more than 700 years, according to the Encyclopedia of Virginia. Hatch said that his ancestors lived in palisaded villages and hamlets along the Patawomeck Creek and traded with Jamestown colonists and the English in the early 17th century. Today, houses dot the landscape where 2 of their ancestral villages once stood, but Hatch said the majority of the tribe's members still live along the Patawomeck Creek within 10 miles of the village sites. Gaining federal recognition, Hatch said, would help the tribe preserve their ancestral language, Algonquin, and other traditions like quilting. The recognition would also provide vital access to funding that's sorely needed in the community and full authority to give their ancestors' remains the respect they deserve, he added. Federal recognition provides opportunities for grant funding for things like housing and education and healthcare, things that we don't necessarily have the same access to and historically have not had the same access to that can really help bolster our community, he said. The state of Virginia recognizes 11 tribes, including the Patawomeck, but only 7 have also received federal recognition. There have been multiple pathways to obtaining that recognition, including by congressional actions. presidential executive orders, federal court decisions, and treaties, according to the Interior Department's Bureau of Indian Affairs. Today, a tribe can be granted recognition through Congress or a decision by a United States court, the department said. The Interior Department also has its own process for recognition. Across the United States, there are 574 federally recognized American Indian and Alaska Native tribes and villages, according to the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs. Virginia Representatives Abigail Spanberger, Jennifer Wetson, and Jennifer Kiggins introduced a bipartisan bill last September that would grant the Patawomeck Tribe the federal designation through Congress. And this was posted 2024, mind you guys. So they're talking about September 2023. Spanberger said in a statement at the time, "The federal government is long overdue to acknowledge that the Commonwealth of Virginia and the members of the Patawomeck Tribe themselves already know to be true, proving ancestral heritage. The Bureau of Indian Affairs requires tribes to meet several criteria, including being a distinct community, and demonstrates that it existed as a community from 1900 until the present in order to gain federal recognition." Danielle Geraldo, director of the American Indian Center at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, said some tribes often find it challenging to prove their existence through historical records. "You're essentially saying we need an outside government to validate the proof that who we say we are," Geraldo said. A spokesperson for the Interior Department told CNN its Office of Federal Acknowledgement works with groups to provide suggestions and advice on how to prepare a documented petition for federal recognition. But, Geraldo said, many tribes still face a steep documentation hurdle. Hatch said the Patawomeck Tribe has had to rely on the help of archaeologists and anthropologists to fill in historical gaps about their history. Further complicating matters, many records about indigenous tribes, including the Patawomeck, were also damaged or destroyed during the Civil War. In Stafford County, nearly 2/3 of court records were lost, according to the Stafford County Historical Society. Even with archival and research support, Geraldo said there's another significant barrier that can prevent Virginia tribes from proving their historical existence: the Commonwealth's Racial Integrity Act of 1924. The racist law prohibited interracial marriage and stated the term white person shall apply only to the person who has no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian. And mind you guys, there was also the Pocahontas exception of that law. But anyway, it says the act was championed and enforced by Walter Plecker, the Commonwealth's Register of Vital Statistics. In a 1924 Health Bulletin, Plecker wrote, "The term Indian will no longer be accepted for that class, but must be applied only to those known of pure Indian blood, or those mixed with white. If there is a mixture of Negro," oh, I just realized I'm saying that because I'm out of it. That sounds inappropriate for me. Let's just say the N-word there. There's a mixture of the N-word, but the Spanish version, I guess, they must not be classified as Indians, but as the N-word or mixed Indian. In 1967, the United States Supreme Court's decision in Loving versus Virginia ruled that the 14th Amendment prohibited governments from enforcing laws banning interracial marriage. The ruling overturned Virginia's Racial Integrity Act. Geraldo said the 4 decades of damage caused by the law had lasting effects. "We had states that were labeling tribal peoples as mulatto, as being mixed, or just identifying them as being white or black, and they're just essentially making those identifications by the way they appear." Geraldo, who is a member of North Carolina's Lumbee Tribe, said, "Apologies, I'm just going to go turn this timer off real quick and hit the button." Okay. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924 essentially said, "We no longer have Indians in the state of Virginia," even though they did, and they had a lot of evidence to support that, but they just unilaterally assumed that they no longer were important enough to be documented within their archives. And I believe this is Chief Emeritus Robert Greene, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Robert 2 Eagles Greene. Says making their existence known. Despite the challenges the tribe continues to face in its quest for federal recognition, Hatch said its members are undeterred. "There's a lot of work that we have left to do, not only in terms of archiving federal recognition, but also in terms of just preparing ourselves and our administration within the tribe to deal with everything that comes with federal recognition," Hatch said. Last summer, the tribe opened the Patawomeck Museum and Cultural Center, which aims to educate the public about their culture and heritage. The museum features a living history village along with gardens that sprawl across 17 acres. It also contains artifacts that are symbolic of their heritage, including tools and turkey feathered cloak that is a replica of one worn by Chief Powhatan and designed for the movie The New World. The tribe's Chief Emeritus, Robert Greene, was an extra in the movie and provided turkey feathers to make the cloak. I think they're talking about a Patawa, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think there may be different words for women's dress for this concept versus men's, but maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, it says the tribe also provides tours to the public and holds language preservation classes. To have a place that we have some control over and a place where we can put a cultural center and museum. We've been very pleased with it so far, Hatch said. I think it's a story that we're putting out there that more people need to hear. But, he added, the rupture in history caused by racist laws that make it harder to get federal recognition is still a major hurdle that many Virginia tribes have faced. You know, I thought I read this when I first started reading it because I know I've read for sure something similar to this, but after reading it all, I actually think that might be something different. So yeah, okie dokie. Now we're just going to come into a conclusionary space on everything, because we have quite certainly talked about quite a lot today. So basically, we had started off with the Brittany Jones situation, and more specifically my email conversation with William Deyo, with Bill. And so I showed you guys everything about that, talked about a little more, and gave you guys as well, I can't remember if I did that before or during, but I also gave you guys some additional notes and thoughts that I had thought about everything as well. And just processing everything. So yeah, I understand how my wording come off problematic with her, especially when I get pissed off about it all. But I hope, particularly if you've watched the first 3 videos I did on it all, where I'm more calm and chill about everything. But even in others, I think even when I'm passionate, I'm not necessarily ragey all the time, damn. But I think if you watch the rest of my videos, hopefully you do see why I feel the way I feel. Even if I'm problematic in the correction in a lot of spaces, I do think there's also, like, if you look at the resources that I share in the description of the video, there may be potentially some understanding there as to why I feel the way I do when it comes to what I speak on there. So I'm putting all this out there not to be disrespectful, but just so hopefully there's some understanding, not only why I feel the way I feel, but also I think my videos do explain a lot of the social issues to not only people in the Patawomeck tribe that may be curious as to why people hate Brittany Jones, well now you know, but also people who hate Brittany Jones. What is her ancestry and her specific connection? This is my understanding of it, right? If that matters. But I think it does matter when it comes to someone representing Indigenous issues, particularly in the legal capacity of governor for another state. I really do think that transparency with the lineage matters in that role. If she were to be a private citizen, I totally understand privacy concerns there, but where she's trying to be a public figure representing the public in a legal capacity, I think there needs to be full transparency in my opinion. But that's just me. But I don't know if I'm wrong for that. But yeah, that's just kind of how I feel. But yeah, so fucking, not only did we go over all of that, I showed you guys a lot of what I said to Bill Deyo, but we also have been spending a good amount of time as well looking into the Patawomeck fight for land back, so trying to get the Patawomeck Band Memorial Park with the medicine wheel and all of that brought back into Patawomeck in ownership or control or stewardship rather, getting to Patawomeck access to that. And I did give you guys my theory. This is just a conspiracy theory. This is like, I cannot speak to anybody's intentions. It's how I feel based on the facts of what I know, but I just think it's quite interesting that in the federal recognition paperwork, there would be laws for, not necessarily laws, but there would be legal allocations granted for the ability for the Patawomeck tribe to ask that the land that they are renting, that's within their stewardship, or that they're currently using, that it could be considered part of their reservation in the future, would be something that could happen if I'm not mistaken. And so I do think it's quite interesting that the land issue is coming up in relation to all of that, on top of the invalidation of my father's lineage being Patawomeck. I think that is just quite interesting, mind you, guys, given the context of all of that, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. You can agree, you can disagree. It's totally up to you. But yeah, they are basically saying, you know, for people who don't want to give the Patawomeck Tribe their land back, there's basically two categories of people saying two different things related to that. In one category was people saying that people like my father are European or white, and that they are Indian frauds, that my dad's not native, is what they were saying, and that my dad cannot prove he is native, is what they are saying. And photos of my dad above, and his dad. So, right. And so, and then, mind you guys, then there's the other category of people who are like, yeah, we actually don't give a fuck if they're native or not. We just want to keep control of the land. What? And then there was people who, so previously I had called all of the whole board out. I had called them all racist pieces of shit, like real pissed off at them, because to my knowledge, at that time period, they had all voted to withhold Patawomeck land from the Patawomeck Tribe, right? But now we have 3 members. I am so sorry, I'm blanking on the other 2 names, but I'm going to try to put that correctly in the timestamp for this conclusion. But I know it was led by Deontay Diggs. I'm so sorry if I'm saying his name wrong. But Deontay Diggs and 2 other members were all voting to give the Patawomeck their land back, and basically saying that it wasn't their place to question the identity, and that they, you know, they were acknowledging Patawomeck identity. And I really support them speaking out on that and coming around on that. That takes a lot of courage to do, and I appreciate them acknowledging our history and everything. So yeah, I hope they understand why I spoke from anger in my previous video as well, based on the facts of the situation at that time. But I want to say that I really appreciate that going forward. So yeah. And mind you guys, I'm just a Descendian. My opinion doesn't mean shit. I don't really mean anything to anybody in the tribe. I don't even think they really like me. So I'm just here to bitch, I guess. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate you guys. I hope everybody has a good night. I'm gonna go eat some red rice and chicken. It's my struggle meal. So yeah, thanks for joining me. Hope everybody has a good night. Yeah, I had moved some shit around, so whoopsie, I'm playing Marco Polo with some buttons now. Alrighty, I will see you guys when I see you guys, and be back whenever I am back. And yeah, bye. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at nola-child.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.